used a lot of English work. And like literally this one awesome kid, Colin, he was like, I don't have to. I'm going to be a rapper. I'm going to be a millionaire by the time I'm 23. And I'm like, okay, first of all, let's work on the math there. That's a lot of money. And I was like, and why don't, okay, so like throw down some rhymes, like throw something down, throw some bars down. If you're going to be that good, you should be able to drop bars anytime, anywhere. And he wouldn't. And so then I would start making the worst, cringiest raps. Like, oh my gosh. And I was like, I won't stop until you open your English book. Because, like, if you're going to be a rapper, you better know English. Um, oh yeah, I make them cringe so much. They were like, no, stop. Or I'd sing Frozen, like totally, totally will. I'm down to like burst out in random song to get the kids to work, and I was always better than them. Yeah, I mean, aim for 40. Yep. Yeah. I mean, not to say that auto tune and like BandLab makes you like a gangsta rapper, but like, oh, this kid, oh, then he'd play his music for us, and we'd be like, who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him he can't rap for shit? So then I'm giving him lessons, like math lessons, like, okay, well, there's every 16, beats of the music, like usually something changes, or it could be like every 8. But like if you're gonna put in a bar like every 16, then you can't suddenly change it to 13, or like the ear picks that up. And anyway, he's like working for McDonald's, I think, in Arizona now. And he's got a baby, but he's good, he's fine. Everything's fine. Well, the cool thing about teaching is I'm starting to run into my students that I had like 15 years ago. Like I had them as when they were like 10 years old, and now I'll see them in the store and they got their babies by their side, or like some of them are really doing well, like they're succeeding. And I mean, one of them like stalked me in Target, last month, and I'm like, this is good. This is normal. Like I kind of knew you were going to do that anyway in life. So, but he stalked me to like say hi, so that was good. Oh my god, I could go so far because like I used to be afraid he was gonna shoot me because he said he was gonna shoot me, and so now we're just in Target and it's fine. Like he followed me to the ladies' dressing room. Totally not socially inappropriate at all. But anyway, I digress. Jim's grill. Jim has a grill over here. I mean, it might be on fire, and we're proud of it, and we're proud of Jim. But I don't know. I'm yeah. It's been a nice week just to kind of unplug. But I can tell you, I got a victory royale this morning. So in Fortnite, I don't know about Decentraland. We'll have to check in there. And, no, I wake up. I gotta teach the kids. It's my before school program. Just like, here you go, you guys, watch out. Let's see. I think there's reverb on your voice, Sin. Maybe it's the browser. Say something intelligent and profound, and we'll see if there's reverb. Yeah, there's some reverb there. But oh shit, you're AI. You've been AI all along. Okay, charge your batteries. Charge your like cyborg batteries. Okay, I have to say something cool that happened this week is I charged my old Oculus and I tried going to like Meta Horizon. A little bit better. Yeah. Can you hear me? Oh no, he's rugging. Oh no, now what do we do? Mariana, can you hear me or Sin? Like a thumbs up for me and a thumbs down for Sin. Oh no, nobody can hear us. We're totally rugged. Oh no. Oh, Mariana, okay, somebody can hear me. There's life. But just not here. We'll talk like delayed. There'll be like a 5-second delay. This will be fine. We'll go for 5 hours. Okay, here I go. Okay. Earth to Major Tom. Can you hear me now? I can't hear Sin. Mariana, can you hear me? Yeah. Oh my gosh, you just walked on scene. School. Okay, test test. Oh no, I don't think he can hear me. This is like getting DCL cast to work in Decentraland. I think Mariana can hear me. I feel like talking to myself. Should I invite Mariana up so then we can talk to each other? Okay, Mariana, here. I'm just invite you up to speak. We'll just pretend that Sinful doesn't exist. Oh my gosh, this is so bugged. I tried, Mariana. I tried sending you a request. Let's see. Oh, maybe now. Maybe maybe.
Hello.
Hey.
I hear both of you guys. Or so
Yeah.
we'll try again, I guess.
Oh, this is fun. This is like just par for the course, you know. I mean, it's good. It's like perspective. Things just don't always work.
I'm here for moral support.
Thank you. I need that. How are you this morning?
I'm good. I've been like battling like this fever, cold, flu thing the last week. And, like my voice is finally coming back after like 5 days. And then like I just have like this like dry cough, but it's just been lingering, and yeah.
Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah.
Was it COVID or anything?
You know, I don't know. I didn't test for it. It could have been, but like I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was just your standard flu. But yeah, so that was my morning. I've just been studying too for my exam.
Oh my gosh. When is that?
March 9th. So I've just been like, I'm pretty much like MIA like the next 3 weeks. But I'm always here to support. But yeah, I'm actually about to take like a lunch break, so here I am. Technically, my exam, I have a class that's on right now, but you know, I kind of muted that for a sec.
Well, we are cheering for you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
so I've been like ignoring all Decentraland related items. Besides, like I went in World like on Wednesday for Valentine's Day to take a photo for the Wearable Wars challenge, but other than that, yeah, I've been trying to like ignore all the Decentraland DAO related items, any messages related to the DAO. I've just been like I've been disciplining myself to like not deal with anything with the DAO like the last week and a half, and it's actually been really nice. It's been a really nice break. So yeah, I just, for the sake of concentration. And to like Simple's point, I haven't really logged in like the last week, besides Wednesday for a 5-minute photo. And then I was gonna ask you, did you guys end up going into Horizons? Because I was going to join Rastan, but I bailed on him like an hour before.
Oh my gosh, yes we did.
And how did that go?
Oh well, you know, one thing to like experience it, and a whole different thing to watch Rustan's version of what he saw. Like,
yeah.
Like,
do you guys have any technical issues? Like,
yeah. It made me feel like, hey, whatever we're complaining about in Decentraland, like nobody's got this shit figured out. Yeah, like I couldn't get into Meta Horizons. Like I have a Meta product, I have an Oculus, and I couldn't find the app. And like I'm looking like Horizon Worlds, Horizon, Meta Horizon, like everything. And Rustan's helping me, you know, limp along, and like couldn't find it, so couldn't go into that product. So we went into VR chat.
Do you think it's like because of like a Oculus version? Like I don't know if Meta Horizons requires like Oculus 2 and up, or if an Oculus will get in. Like I'm not sure of that requirement.
That could be it, because I was using an older one, and I think it's like 5 years old. So maybe that might be it.
Yeah, because I have the Quest 2 and that worked fine. But I'm not sure about the Oculus 1. So, but at least VR chat works. VR chat is a very interesting place.
Yeah. The same kids that used to want to be like rappers. I had another kid that like literally lived in VR chat. Like his friends would tell me all the things he did in there. I'm like, no, I don't want to know. Please don't tell me. I don't want to know. That's already too much info. But so like I got in the world and I got stuck. Like I just couldn't move. But Rustan was looking at CK, Bubbles, and I, and like we were both squatting down. Like it felt normal to me. But then when I saw the footage, I'm like, CK looked like they were puking under the table.
Was that they were like, you two were sitting like in person in real life? Because like I did the same thing. I was like sitting down, and Rastan and Brandon were like, why are you guys on the floor? Why are you on the floor? I'm like, because I'm sitting on the floor. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
like there's so many buttons for Horizon. No, I'm sorry, for VR. Just in general, for any game, there's like a lot, like the control docks of like in your hands. There's just so many buttons for. So like for the first 45 minutes, I didn't see Rastan because like he was like a triangle in my eyes because I didn't have the right whatever. I don't even know viewership triangle limits or whatever, so I don't know, or some sort of safety thing. So yeah, it's very just like overwhelming, like, and I kind of understand, like, to your point, like how a new user in Decentraland may feel overwhelmed because there's a lot of new buttons to learn. You're just like spending like the first hour just trying to like figure out how to navigate. If that, like, you're still, I mean, it probably takes more, but yeah, like I would probably tell you, like, I did not feel confident in my VR chat navigation skills, to say the least. Like I still probably don't know how to update my avatar. Like I was able to claim one at like the 100 avatars garden, but like I couldn't tell you how to like swap between avatars like on my VR headset. So still a lot to learn, to say the least.
Yeah. Well, and it's different because I think every like game has kind of different controllers. Like I used to do a lot of like, I don't know, like what is it, Beat Saber, and there was some really cool like apps for education, and there was one where you had to like climb an ice glacier for like in Antarctica. It was really, really, really cool. So like, I don't know, some of that. I mean, it's been 5 years since I've probably used my headset very much.
Right.
Yeah, so it was weird though, because I think a lot of it, like I don't know, like it was just a new experience to be able to see my feet, and it makes me realize like how much, oh my gosh, like if we had VR in Decentraland, like how holy moly, like overloaded that would be, like all the assets, all the shapes.
Sounds like a very nauseating experience.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, it would be cool. It would be cool. Or like, yeah, I know, like in Wonder Mine, we always like mine, or like I feel like every single game in the Decentraland has some sort of mining aspect. So it'd be kind of cool to see the mining or any kind of gaming mechanic in action. So that'd be actually really cool. So hopefully,
I wonder if they could, like, instead of making VR for the whole, 90,000 like platform, that's huge. But what if they just did it for like Wonder Mine, and you could use your VR goggles and like make one aspect, whether it's like Wonder Mine or Knights of Antron, or just like a plaza, just like a little bit, so that at least there's something.
Yeah.
But I've been a dev for like 15 seconds, so I
and look at us trying to solve all our VR issues.
Like, guys, why don't you just make like this? And they're like, you know nothing. You know nothing about the API calls that you have to send. I don't know.
I know. A part of me wished like that one VR client DAO grant at least, got us to the App Store. Like, can you guys at least like get us to fully complete so we can like at least try it? Like, I don't know. Like, it kind of like left me like a bad taste. Like, sorry guys, we will only take it to the app only if you give us the additional whatever 10,000 or like at least like ask for that portion of the grant. Like, I don't know. Anyways, like that really pissed me off. Like, at least get like, I don't know, like I still can't figure out how to like figure out the whole side questing into the VR client. Like at this point, I don't even know if it's still like, I highly doubt it's even updated to whatever Foundation's current client standards, or I don't even know. Again, I'm not a developer. But like, I feel like if I try to even like get into the Decentraland VR client, it probably won't even work because of some sort of like, I don't know, what is it called? Update version thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of updates that have occurred since that VR client was at the stage it was at. And if you start a grant and then you say, I'm not going to finish it unless I get another grant, that's like blackmail. Is that grant mail?
I feel like it's like blackmail.
Grant mail, like I'm minting that grant mail. Like, no, I need my grant or you get nothing. And that's why like the idea of open source I think is good, but I don't know. Like that's a big conversation. Like I get why you don't want to totally open source everything, but I get why you want to open source enough that like somebody like Mariana and I could come along and continue with the VR client, and
yeah,
or somebody.
even like back to the point of like taking it to the app store, like they can ask for like a retroactive grant, like to show that they did it. Like I don't know, like I'd rather vote for a retroactive grant once it gets on a marketplace or whatever, or like the app store, versus like I hope this will happen. Like I'm gonna take your guys' word, and you know, like let's. Yeah, I believe that you're gonna take it to the app store, but like I feel like they would have more support if people actually saw it, you know, go to full completion. So, but you know, then there's like that debate of like, do people want to work for free to get it there? So there's like, I don't know, there's always like that debate of I need to get paid versus like I need to, you know, get a product to fully whatever operational level. And I don't know where I'm going with this. But
yeah, no, too bad we can't like meet halfway.
Yeah,
like because I get it. Like you want to like we've paid out so many grants that have not delivered. You know, like $60,000 for a wellness thing that you know doesn't work. Like, and I get that they need, you know, like if they were going to work on the VR, they would need to be sustainable. So like, too bad we couldn't give sustainability. Maybe not even grants, but like sustainability, not a loan. I don't know what it would be, but something to sustain them, like not the full grant load, but like here, this is what we're gonna give you a little bit to like get there, and then once you have a functional app in the app store, you can apply for a retroactive grant. But I don't know. I mean, it's just everything is black and white.
Right, it's like a concept of like some sort of collateral, or not even collateral, like where you have to have like funds, but like some sort of conditional agreement that like, hey, we will accept the funds if we get it to this level, or like like we won't you know pay ourselves this money until it works or whatever. I don't know, but that's a whole other discussion.
Yeah, we'll just let them figure it out. I mean,
yeah.
I feel like something like this that's so foundational should just be, I mean, this is just my opinion. I might not be seeing the full picture, but it seems like that should be done by foundation. But maybe not. Maybe they're not equipped enough. You know, maybe there's reasons why it pays to have somebody else come in and try to do it.
Well, now at this point, it's like that one is like on the back burner, and now I think the foundation is working on their own that will be compatible maybe with their new Client Explorer. So like I don't know, at this point it's like now we have to have faith in the foundation to just complete it. And the VR client from the DAO is just kind of just like a guinea pig, unfortunate, expensive guinea pig, if you will. But
oh my gosh, yeah. Well, I wish we could chunk and chew. Like I mean we have like such big aspirations, but I wish we could just focus on like smaller things, like get one game from Decentraland on like mobile, not all of Decentraland, but like, you know, like I think I was talking with Knights of Antrim, like get that on mobile and like bring people in through a game, like, or get some kind of fashion game, you know, created on mobile, and then like get people coming in through that, not just like to put the whole world on mobile or to put the whole world on VR is just like, I mean, that's huge.
But I understand like I'm not a developer, but I would understand the complexities of piecemealing a entire platform or whatever. So if there was a way to do it from a technological standpoint, go for it, but I'm not sure. Yes, like I would love to play like Knights of Antrim like in like VR, like as like a standalone app or whatever, you know, or any game at that matter. Well, I'm not a gamer, but you know, I'll be open to games.
Yet.
Yeah, exactly. I've had my fair share of mining experience, but
honey, once you hold that AR in your hand, your life's gonna change.
Right. But I did see like the mobile client I've been seeing like Matt been posting some cool Knights of Antrim footage, and then Janko shared me some footage privately of him in Exodus Town, so that was really cool. Not gonna lie, the quality is I have to get used to it. Like it's like a different kind of rendering that it's just off. I don't know. Like it's I don't know. Just that kind of whatever god it is. um, but yeah, it's just different than like the rendering and image quality that we're used to seeing. But it looked cool to see that it was even possible to like access into the mobile client, but only through like I think it was only Android. Like I don't think you can do it on the iPhone. But then again, I didn't try. Maybe it's possible. So who knows? So if anyone
So
did,
what do you mean by the resolution, or like what
oh
does?
yeah. So did you see Matt posting his
I
like?
did, yeah.
So like that, like just like the I don't know, the gaming image rendering quality, like it's not what we're used to like on a browser experience. It has like this like I don't know if it's like less saturated, but it has like this weird I don't know, it's just a different type of modeling that I'm used to, I guess. Like the trees look like different or like not flatter, but I don't know how to describe it, but it just feels different. It's not the Decentraland that I know of. I don't know if you thought this.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna take a second look at it when I get a chance. I'm gonna
Yeah,
look at it with a different pair of eyes because that's interesting.
yeah, I'll have to find a post. I don't know, it just feels different. Not in a I wouldn't say it's in a bad way. It's just from like a getting used to way. I don't know. What's math? Oh, yeah, it's a math DCL. I'm like, oh, there it is. It's DCL math. Okay.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up right now because I know what you mean. It's like we get used to something. We
Yeah.
get used to Decentraland, and then other people are like, "Oh, you're so low poly," and you're like, "Are you kidding? Have you seen our sky? Like, it's so pretty."
I just pinned it. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like he went to Any Magic. It's just
I see.
it just feels like a different game. Like it doesn't feel like Decentraland.
The sky is all foggy.
Yeah, that's part of it too. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the sky that's affecting, or maybe it's like the avatar that's. I wouldn't say funky, but
they're walking like they're in a marching band.
but I do like the aspect of like how they added the little cursor. I don't know what it's called, the cursor movement thing. What is it? A dock? No, I don't know. It gives me like that Roblox.
Yeah, totally.
Feel.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So
I'm watching this one. Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like I was expecting like a browser, like a Unity, I guess whatever the Unity rendering appearance in our current, Internet Explorer or whatever. No one uses Internet Explorer, Google Chrome or Brave. You know what I meant. I'm just used to that quality, so I don't know.
Well, it's funny how we have to get used to different things like Roblox. I get so dizzy trying to do Roblox and trying to do that finger cursor too, or like if I do Minecraft on my phone. It's just I don't know. It's like I can wander around Decentraland, but if I try to do Roblox on my phone for 5 minutes, I'm like, oh, I gotta take a break.
And it's usually just like the first like few times that you enter, right? Like, cause even like when I first played Roblox for the first time, I'm like, oh my gosh, I would never play this game for a longer time than this. To the same reasons that you mentioned with like the cursor and like just I don't know, just the different movements or whatever. And then after a while, I'm like, okay, I can rock this blocks look. I like it.
It definitely grows on you. I have a picture that I couldn't share until recently. Our friend Buffalo has built something really amazing in Roblox, and I may or may not have brought him in for like a test run with some local devs that I know, and we robbed a bank together, and then I got shot, and Buffalo is like standing over my lifeless Roblox corpse.
There we go.
Yeah, I'll share it soon. It was good product research. I'm like, bro, you need to make like a safe. It was in Brookhaven, which if anybody knows Brookhaven, I don't know.
Brookhaven, no. Yeah. I think Roblox expanded their marketplace over the years, because the first time I played like 5-6 years ago with like my sister, like it truly was just like a blocks wearable that you can submit, but now you can do like different alterations to the model, if you will. Like I've seen like a lot of non-blocky or bloxy wearables. And I just thought it was like a cool idea. Like imagine like if we had a collection of Decentraland wearables in a Roblox form. You know, like a little Decentraland store of like some of like the, I don't know, not legendary, but like a sample of different creators' wearables. I wonder how that would be done. Like how to like make our low poly model or our low poly models. How to make our our wearables into like a Roblox wearable form. Like I've never looked into that, but I'm curious what it'll take to make a Bloxy wearable.
Yeah, there was a brand, it was XR Couture, and they made the dresses like 2 years ago at Fashion Week, and it was like a super limited mint, but it got you the same dress in Decentraland. I think Roblox, maybe not Roblox, but I know there was like, Sandbox. There was one in Sandbox, Monoverse, and it was like it was really cool. Like that, they did a good job of just kind of like making the same thing in every like active metaverse at the time. So, and I think they're still active, but not nearly as much. But I think that would be a good idea to have something like that, just to show that, you can do this. You can go across different platforms.
Yeah, like I've seen them done like individually. Like I've seen like I've seen DressX post some cool things, but nothing that they have in Decentraland right now. But then also like Diverge, like I saw like Dina posted some cool wearables. Like she has like her purse and backpack. I believe she has the backpack, or she also has like that one cat suit in Roblox. So I thought that was really cool. But like I think it was like outside of like it wasn't a part of like an NFT deal. But still cool to see like aspects of like a Decentraland wearable that we've seen before in Roblox. So I've been like rocking those because just to represent Decentraland more so. But yeah, it's a fun time in there.
Yeah, well, hopefully, like since Fashion Week is pushed back to September this year, which in theory is after all of these changes have happened. Although I'm saying in theory because we all know like stuff does, there's always like delays. So I'm like crossing my fingers that it works. But maybe, hopefully maybe by then there'll be some other dynamic ways of like, who knows what our virtual world is even gonna look like. How many months is that?
7 months.
8 months. Yeah. I mean, who knows? Space moves so fast.
That's insane to think. Like, what can change like in the next 7 months? From even like actually I saw I kind of peeked in the DAO because Nikki posted a proposal on an exotic wearable, but I haven't had a chance to vote on it because I told myself I'm gonna stay away from the DAO. But like that's an example, like we might see like this like exotic wearable thing in Fashion Week, or like to your point, like there might be like a interoperable physical well, I guess digital too, of different brands having like wearables in Decentraland and maybe whatever, Nifty Island, maybe, I don't know. So yeah, who knows what we're gonna expect. And then also like AI has been improving more, like with like the new Sora thing. So like, how will that play into things? And yeah, I just can't even imagine what Fashion Week will be in September, just because there's all these new components of just technology being introduced like every single day. So yeah, I don't know what to expect. Yeah. But I'm here for it.
I know, I am too, but I have to like tell myself that like, like normal humans are, if you think about just like normal humans, I don't even know what a normal human is, right? Like, but how quickly we have to change to keep up with technology. And I think people that aren't in the tech space, or like they're not in Web3, they're just living their life, like they have to change as fast as like the new iPhone comes out. But I think it's totally different when you're in this space and you're trying to understand the blockchain, trying to understand AI, trying to understand like video AI. It's like oh my gosh, like really our brain has to evolve so fast to be like, yeah, I can't do that. And now it's like, no, I can. I have these tools, or I know these people who can help me. And I think I think sometimes we aren't changing our mindset fast enough. Like we're still in a Web 2 mindset, and we're not like evolving as quick as the technology is. And I don't know. Like so I try to like remind myself of that.
Yeah, but we're all doing our best to keep up because it's a lot to keep up. I mean, even like I was talking to my friend the other day, and like I was like trying to explain to him like what this whole space is all about, or like what, or we were talking about Twitter. He's like, "What kind of things do you tweet?" I'm like, "Don't even get me started with what I tweet, because it's a whole different rabbit hole that you'll never understand." So, yeah, yeah, it's just yeah, a lot of, I wouldn't say normal people, but like people outside of our niche, if you will, do not understand all of the different like interrelated, I don't know, technologies that relate with us, you know, from the blockchain concept to the digital fashion concept to how AI can help, you know, even with contracts to digital fashion to whatever development. Like I don't even know, like everything is just interrelated, and it's like you can't talk about just metaverse without introducing crypto or blockchain, or you know, the concept of like digital fashion or wearables or gaming. Like you have to explain like 10 concepts at once to, you know, to talk about what Decentraland is. So like I always have like I always have trouble like trying to figure out where to even start. You know, like okay, like so Decentraland is a digital platform or virtual, you know, world, which, you know, then you ask like, is that a game? Well, technically it's not. Okay, so like what kind of game? Well, it's on the blockchain. What's the blockchain? Well, blockchain is this with, you know, crypto back with the mana, and then you explain mana, and I don't know, it's very overwhelming, so I kind of like gave up on explaining it to people that don't get it. So
Yeah.
which is bad. I'm gonna do better, but um virtual stream. Do you just say virtual streaming?
So I wonder what group has had the highest success rate of bringing in. Is it like people that played like RuneScape and like Club Penguin and Webkins who understand like in-world assets and having that, or is it like musicians who know that they have to sign like a big record deal in order to get anywhere, and suddenly they can like, you know, monetize their creations, you know, individually. Like I just wonder what, you know, because I could see the gamers being like, oh yeah, I get it. Like if I quit, I can sell my skins and like I actually own them, because these other platforms, it's not like that. So I just wonder, like, is there a certain group or like type of people that it just clicks more easily because they understand like buying
Right.
in-world assets or minting or not minting, but like selling their music on Spotify.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, all those people that you described, or groups of users, for sure. I mean, I feel like, yeah, trying to tell a brand new or a non-niche person in any of those groups to describe any of this, like they just wouldn't understand. So that it's kind of like the question on like, do we just continue, you know, do we target our audience on those kind of people that understand it versus not even trying to, you know, explain this concept to someone who doesn't know anything about in-game assets or, you know, whatever, fashion and whatever, questing, I don't even know. So but well, technically it's like a kind of like in the middle. You have to have like a blended target audience. Like sure, mostly the ones that get it, but then you also want to have like some optimism for, you know, retaining those that don't get it and hope that they'll learn. So I understand, like, yeah, I understand the difficulties of like onboarding people into this space because it's just a lot to learn, and then to your point, like the pre-background of this kind of environment too plays into the effect. Oh man,
Yeah.
can't even imagine like a marketer. There's a lot.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's like you gotta take it apart, break it down, rewrap it in a different package, and then like give it to them in a different, like a different, I don't know, like call it something different. Like I try to explain it to, people in my life, and like one woman was like, "Oh yeah, the multiverse. Like I've seen that new Spider-Man movie," and I'm like, "Oh no, like
Not even related.
honey." I'm not like, I mean, I'm a Marvel fan. Like, don't get me wrong, but like, we're not even like, yep. I don't even know what to say to that. Like, I'm not talking about the Spider-Man multiverse,
Right.
So, Sin, is there like one, like, has there been anything more successful than others? Like when you're talking about musicians and like bringing them in and explaining, showing them. My mom tries to. She's like, oh, that's nice.
My grandma did get a laptop the other day, and my sister was teaching her. I'm like, oh, is it time for a MetaMask extension? So she finally opened up a computer for the first time in 78 years. So yeah, we'll see. Grandma. No. Unfortunately, none of my siblings have DJ capabilities. But my brother, he's my passenger DJ. So me and him make some pretty cool playlists. But
you know what? You know what we need, Mariana? We need a Gramfluencer. We need your grandma to fully embrace Web3 and then start her own like TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and she can get on there. And my guess is she might have an accent. Like she could just be explaining this. Oh my gosh.
They'll have to learn the metaverse lingo first.
Yes. Oh, I would pay. Oh my gosh, Mariana.
I'll bring it up to her.
Yeah. Oh, I would love that. That would, that would be so cool.
Her reaction to a MetaMask extension, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine how this would go down. You know what? I just thought of she loves gardening, so BP prawn would be her thing. Like her entire backyard is like she has no square inches of grass that is not a garden. So I'll start there. She's never driven a car before, so roommate might be a little bit too much. She likes berries, so maybe the Knights of Antrim berries might appease to her.
Oh my gosh, my heart is happy just hearing you describe her. Like, oh my gosh, you guys, Mariana's grandma.
Yeah,
I'm falling in love with her.
she's our typical Ukrainian grandma that's gardens and loves cooking. But yeah, I should bring my dad in. My dad would be really funny. Like, he would at least, no, he would not. I don't know. Actually, no, my grandma would be more amusing.
There was actually an interesting article I read like a few months ago about like the metaverse and like I don't know, I think they called it like the silver generation, but like how, you know, people like, I don't want to say older, but people who were, you know, who have more life experience than us on this planet, like how just loneliness is, you know, it absolutely affects them, and that they can find, you know, some of that like social interaction through the metaverse. Like, I don't know, it was an interesting article. I'm like, I've never thought about it like that, because typically I think like younger people are just more open to getting online and like having internet friends. But I don't know, I'm like, I mean, I think my mom would love it. Like, it'd be fun to bring her in. Have her come around, and I'm sure like if you found your people, like if you found other people that were like, yeah, I love gardening, man, like, and you should see this sweater I crocheted, like, you find your people. And I think it doesn't matter where you are, if you're in the real world or the metaverse, it just feels good to like find people that you connect with. And I think we don't have a lot of that. Like, we don't, I mean, I know we've got old guy, and and I only say that because his name is old guy, but we
Or
Valley, like the hub of tech, crashed. He was like, "This is your world." I'm like, "Oh shit! I'm never bringing another friend." Like, it was so embarrassing to try to bring him to Decentraland. Like, yeah, I don't know. So but you know, I wonder, like, okay, so like Seattle, Kirkland, Bellevue, like that's where Nintendo, Microsoft, Amazon, all of the big hubs are. And there are so few people from Washington State in Decentraland. I think I've met like 2 people. So like, why, if this is like such a, you know, place for pioneering like tech, why don't any of them come to Decentraland? Why is it you Florida people that have taken over the map? And Chicago.
my voice is not being heard.
Censorship. Hey, that's good. We'll take it. Take anything. No, that's good. That's good. Welcome, everybody. And just if anybody wants to come up and speak, you're welcome to come up. If you have any pressing topics or things that you want to bring up, you know, you're always welcome. It's an open stage. And also, thank you, everybody, for being here today. We really appreciate you. And that's such a cue for a silent, awkward pause, isn't it?
Yes. Not to make it more awkward.
Okay, we'll just go back to talking about Mariana's grandma.
I think we can. She needs a break. She needs to lay down. I'm trying to think what else is new. Go to.
Well, the grant freeze, that's a big
Oh,
one. I
yeah.
mean, but it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. It's like Groundhog Day.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I was one who voted yes. But for my defense, I'm a very conservative person when it comes to finances. So I took it from that approach, like where I'd save $1 from a budget perspective. So I only voted yes from my accounting perspective. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, but you, out of everybody, like, actually, you're an accountant. Like, I bet your credit score is higher than anybody in this room. So therefore, I bet you have
I wouldn't say
the.
that.
Well, I think you're probably well qualified to like weigh in on this. I always like to hear what you have to say. So could you pretend I'm your grandma, or just pretend I'm Canessa, and like explain to me.
Is like your large whale proposal. I don't know. I kind of I'm not a fan of that at all, where someone gets over whatever $150,000 or whatever, and someone with $5,000 can't even get past. But they do have the credibility and the content over the last few years. But yeah, I don't know. Like I kind of just saw from like from a mana. I don't know. I'm just very cautious about the mana price with Treasury, how much tokens we have available, the current stance of where our platform is. Like, I don't know why we can't just wait for this new client to kind of be in a more decent spot to then kind of resume. Like we can continue promoting Decentraland right now, obviously. I just think large grants to do it is not the best way to use the DAO funds at this current moment, especially.
Well, and as you said, but with the new client though, doesn't it make sense to wait to see what that's capable of before funding more creation of in-world content? Because like we don't even know what is going to be capable in 6 months. So I think there's just some good reasons to take a second and
yeah, that's definitely an aspect.
save some bucks.
I'm gonna shut up for last round.
Yeah, Laster.
Hey, thanks for having me up. I guess my question to that would be, what do you or anybody think the platform category can improve upon in the next 6 months? From the DAO's perspective, what do you think the platform category could do to help?
I mean, that mobile app is pretty sweet. Have you checked it out? I have an iPhone, so I'm blocked out still. But
Yeah, I have an iPhone too. Unfortunately,
Matt
Yeah,
super jealous. It looks so sexy.
I know. I have a broken ass Galaxy 2 or something. I tried to spin up, but it didn't work.
That I'm like, it's the first time I've ever been like sad to be an iPhone user. Like it's the first time I'm just like, oh, that's a thing I would like to be able to do. So,
but no, I mean it's a great question. So we've got the Godot client. Okay, great, that's cool. It sounds like VR is grant mailing from Canessa's coining of that phrase. What else? I mean, we have the in-world builder. Okay, what else? There's other builders. What else can the DAO platform category do to improve the platform?
Whatever fixes the performance. I don't know what that is. The Unity render.
I mean,
I don't know.
Okay, but I guess that's my point. My point is, so the foundation is working on the client, the official way to access Decentraland, right? So whether it's the browser or the standalone client.
Well-
that is called the Explorer, right? So how can the DAO influence that to make it
Well,
better?
for the record, the only reason the grant reads freeze all categories but platform is because in the first iteration of freeze all grants, people like Janko and a number of other, more minor
No, we
people
don't have to
like,
go into that.
No, I'm
we
just
don't
saying,
have to go
but
into that.
their argument was I would only support a grant freeze if it has the caveat for
Okay, we're
allowing
here, though.
platform
We're here.
improvements
We're here.
where we can
We're
hire
here.
experienced teams. Well, that's up to the people with the experience who've worked at the DAO to come up with ideas to present. Because from my perspective, I think it's fine to just kind of take a second, freeze every week, because they froze the grants, they created the categories, they created the budgetary system, and then that was so. I think it makes sense to me to like take a moment, reevaluate the successes and falls of the system that was implemented just about a year ago, and then to just turn it back on and fix it. So
not that I completely disagree with you either. I actually agree with you in part where the platform is not mature enough to attract higher skilled development studios to build something. But I'm just very curious. Okay, we're here. We've gotten to the point where we allow platform grants. That's the only spending. What do we think? We're the DAO, right? So let's come up with ideas. How do we think that's even possible? Thank you.
Well,
it was semi-rhetorical, and you answered it
as
perfectly.
HP would point out, though, that's very foundation reliant. That isn't entirely true. We can absolutely fund the creation of independent clients if we so chose. Now we allow the foundation to gatekeep these things, but that is not the like, that is not Decentraland. That is not the like be all and end all of the things they do. That is just the foundation funded client doesn't have to be the only client.
Okay, but I'm just saying, Mariana mentioned as a point, she wanted to see the DAO improve performance, and I'm asking how to do that because we don't
Peter
have
just said I don't know how to
control
do
over
anything that does.
Well,
Okay,
that
but
comes.
my point is, as a technical person, the DAO can't. Is my point.
Yeah, and
Well, but that's not true. The DAO could absolutely fund the creation of a client if it so chose. The DAO could absolutely fund the creation of centralized servers to help host data in a more, capable way that would expedite the process.
What data?
That sounds so duplicative. Like that's the problem with the Decentraland DAO and Foundation. Like everyone is working so async. There's no core there's no roadmap that everyone is working collectively. Like everyone's just making random projects out of nowhere asyncly. Let's make random clients out of nowhere. Like there's no core,
Yeah, it's decentralized. It's a chaotic, beautiful mess.
Some sort of core roadmap. Like that's what pisses me off about the DAO. There's so many rogue products and projects coming together with no, like core reasoning for it. I don't know, and that comes.
But again, my argument is to answer the question, what can the DAO do? I would argue that I think that's like skipping over the general premise because you're just looking at the grants like, well, it says we can do this. Well, it's like that was just a concession to generally halt spending, to give an opportunity to let there be more oxygen in the room to discuss how to fix the like systemic issues of the DAO. So like hyper focusing on, well, what can we do?
No,
you're
now,
different. I don't think is like a necessarily like
hold on.
intellectually
You gotta stay on
fair
topic.
way to.
You gotta stay on topic.
Well, the topic is grant freezes.
Well, no, the topic is allowing platform grants to improve the platform, and now we're talking about the freeze also helps solve DAO issues, right? So this is my point: is when we create things, we shouldn't put the cart before the horse. When it's like, oh, we created it, now let's figure it out. My point is, okay, we're here. What do you want to figure out with the platform? And don't get off topic about
the topic. The topic is the grant freeze. Vanessa said, "Let's talk about the grant freeze." Yeah. You're the person hijacking the topic to be about the platform. Asynchronously.
Well, I think that was one of my main points about having interoperability between the DAO and the foundation, and transparency and communication, so that we could work synchronously on things, right? Perfect example, Canny, Canny is a website that anybody can go to and have a feature improvement or request, and the foundation can take a look and review those, right? That might be the closest possibility of anybody being able to influence the air quote platform, right? So what if we take our grant platform category, and Jared, come up with a proposal, because I know you like doing that, and not being sarcastic, you should. I don't like creating these. Put 100K platform grant together to hire a team, or maybe this is for the SDK technical team, to go and work with the foundation on those Canny requests. One of them, for instance, I biasly and selfishly want blockchain technology, blockchain functionality to work in a blockchain platform. So in SDK 7, you can no longer use some of the repositories that the foundation has created that used to work in SDK 6. Now, I put a Canny request together asking the foundation to fix those. When, if, how will they ever get to it? I don't know. But perfect example of oxygen in the room to figure things out, Jared. Let's have a team of people who are technically qualified to take some of these Canny requests off the plate of the foundation and work synchronously with them to implement playing emotes on NPC avatars, or allowing in-world purchasing again, things like that. I think personally, those are the low-hanging fruits to improve the platform.
Those do sound like some good suggestions. For your Canny thing, when you made it, have you like linked it to people? Because like as dumb as it is or sounds, like those Canny requests are very much like a popularity contest of the like 20 people paying attention. Like if you can get 10 people to go like, yes, I like this, that infinitely increases the odds. Alvaro, I think I'm saying his name wrong, but either way, it infinitely increases the odds it actually gets addressed and looked into. So like I would highly recommend, when you do, anyone who does make a Canny suggestion, ask from anyone to like share it with like everyone to be like, hey, like if you think this is smart, go give it a thumbs up, please, because like that's gonna like greatly increase the chances you get. Because like that's what got like someone had suggested to me. I hate the fact that for RGB clothing, like your hair has to match your shirt. So I was like, can you please just make that happen? And I just sent it to like all the wearable creators who listen to who will let me DM them, and they said, yeah, I think that's a good idea. So they all like thumbs it up, and now they're like looking into it already. So, but I would agree that the thing you said kind of sounds more imperative to making the platform better for builders than making fashion easier. But also your thing's probably also harder, but I assume it's probably easier.
No, I mean, yeah, I just it's a great point. I put it in the DCL SDK channel, which I guarantee, no offense to anybody here, no one ever goes in there. So yes, to your point, my Canny.
Yeah, that is a rough place to garner consensus.
Yeah. Agreed. So
I mean, I bet
I need to be better about that.
Queso saw it because she's definitely in there hustling. But yeah, I would agree that bring it to the general chat where share it somewhere where my alt accounts hang out.
Yeah, that's fine. I think what we need to do though is highlight, from somebody technical to understanding, like there's not much influence in what we call the platform. And what Mariana said, does anybody semi-rhetorically know how many different standalone editors there are for Decentraland? There's 4.
I was going to guess 4, but it was a guess.
Yeah. And how much funding have we paid for 4 different standalone editors, which also one of them being the foundations, right? So talk about duplicity and working asynchronously and not in a collaborative fashion, right? But apparently those are all supposed to improve the platform. How? So again, improving the platform, it's a very broad topic, and there's not much to do. So like really highlighting very specific things that we have influence over. Otherwise, what is the point of the grant pause? That's kind of my whole point, is we throw this broad stroke of let's improve the platform, but we can't do anything really.
Well, again, the point of the grant pause is the last time grants were frozen, that's when Yamel had suggested and pushed through the categories and the budgeting system that we currently have. And the point is that now that it's been a year, let's evaluate how effective it's been. Where are the shortcomings? There are some people who say these categories are pointless and dumb, we should get rid of them, like HP. There are other people who think that they could just be refined or better defined, like the grant support squad. And I think it's just about kind of taking a moment to be like looking back over the last year of what has been accomplished with the new system, evaluating it, and going from there. Because again, I see that you're very focused on the premise of improving the platform, but again, that was purely a concession to some of the 500K VP delegates
I get
that
it.
they would only
Yeah.
support a grant freeze in the event that it's still allowed. Because like it's more because it's not like the premise isn't we are fully capable of improving the platform. The premise is we should not handicap ourselves in the event that someone with a very good idea and like the technical know-how, like the Godot team client who's making this cool mobile thing, come forward with like a dope being like, hey, here's what we can do. Like if for some reason Ben Varga comes to the DAO and goes, hey, look at this thing I want to do, we can totally make this happen. Like it would be stupid to not be able to fund Ben Varga coming to us saying, hey, give me $100 grand and I'll do this dope shit. So it's not there to be used
Totally
for surely. It's just there to be in case of awesome emergency idea coming up, to be available. I think is more how I view it, as opposed to a must use.
I think also though, like in my perspective, there's very little in terms of influence in the platform, and we increased the platform category to like $1 million, I think, or something like that per quarter. And so it's just, I don't know the perfect analogy for that, but we sort of made a concession that really gets us nowhere in terms of, look, if we all agreed that and I told HP this, and I said this, I don't disagree with freezing the grants. If we all put our hands in the air and said, this platform sucks right now, we can't externally market this in a positive way to developers, to users, to creators, like, okay, let's pause all of that and sort of almost go back into closed beta and let the foundation do their work. But we're in a weird position where that's not really the case. So I'm like on the fence for a complete pause, but this sort of like half measured concession that platform things can go through, we'll just get shittier platform grants.
Well, I do agree that there has already, even before the grants freeze was suggested, due to the budgetary categories and in-world builders getting like sucked up by meta trackers and things like that, and like platform grants have been to a large extent kind of abused and misappropriated. Like I love Doki, for example, so that's why I'll use that as an example. But like I don't think that the platform grant isn't intended to have people create awesome 3D assets to put into the repository for people to use on their builds. I don't believe that was the intent of that creation of that category. But Doki I would say would be the best use of the best example of good misuse of the category, because she really worked very hard and was like didn't just phone it in. But there's been plenty of people who've made builds that have gone under that category that are just so like I agree with you that I think platform category needs to be the GSS needs to be better about monitoring it, which is why I think that it would be good, like Mariana had suggested, like the DAO pricing guide, having a kind of just like a general consensus of like what is things we're willing to spend on, and then also better defining the categories. Because in the back, because Fez was intermediating between my admittedly poorly written governance policy and the GSS, who was very upset to learn they weren't going to get paid. And like one of their things was like, well, we think the platform grants needs to be better defined. And that's like, well, guys, okay, why did you wait until now? If you think that platform grants aren't better defined, that the grant support squad, who I believe has already added categories and defined them, should be responsible for taking the charge on that. You shouldn't have to wait until you're afraid you're not going to get paid to call it out. So I think there's definitely some room for improvement.
There's always improvements. I think that's why we're here. And Mariana, to your point earlier, what can we do about sort of not having a collateral, let's say, but as a grantee, you have a wallet that can withdraw funds from a smart contract. So it's very technically possible to not have that releasable funds until there's a grant support check or update or a testing Tuesday, right? And so there's ways to say, okay, the DAO Treasury has $100 million. Last year, your grant gets 170. However, you're not going to be able to release it on your monthly schedule anymore until you show us you've hit your milestones that fit this releasable income. It's a very simple thing to do. I don't know why we don't do that now. Instead, we made it more cumbersome, and we thought like having a way to show where your finance funds go is a way to prove that you did the work. Pretty ridiculous, because what I do is I just put 28 grand for the month. Yeah, it paid out our team. It doesn't matter if it went to the audio, the video, the 3D, the programming, the marketing, like that doesn't prove that any of the work was done. So for me, that's a moot. Like that doesn't make sense. What makes sense is don't give people the funds until they can prove that the work is done, and that's a very simple
from an
switch in the
implementation pathway, though, because like from the technical setup of the existing, contract, I believe there would need to be there'd need to be technical work to add that safeguard you just described, which I agree is a good idea. Sounds like an excellent use for the platform category grant, perhaps, to make the DAO have that technical
you know what
capability. Because I agree with you.
The governance squad. It's the governance squad. We pay them. Our squads get $300,000 a quarter. We get a nice website that we can vote on and do things with. It's easy. It's a smart contract. There's probably a contract that creates smart contracts, a contract factory, right? Like a piece of code that says, oh, new grant, boom, here's your template contract. It's easy. Just change the template contract where there needs to be a check of, authenticity or validity in the milestones before the funds can be released to the grantee. Again, I guess my big point is we keep coming up with the wrong things. It's not the access to the funds. It's not the availability of the funds, it's the access to the funds. We keep allowing access to the funds. It's not let's stop funding everything because we want to watch the price of mana, or we have $65 million over the next 6 years and we want to hold it for some weird future reason. No, that's not the problem. The problem is how we continue to access the funds. And there are little things, if we just sit down for 10 minutes like we are here, there's a solution.
I don't understand. I don't know who you're suggesting's belief is that they're holding on to the funds for some weird future thing. I think everyone agrees with you that that's the issue, is that we're giving money to the wrong things. And that's
no. There's just a lot of
talk.
They want to
freeze it to reevaluate the system.
Yeah, no, simple out his hand up, but it's just there's always around the grant freezing. There's always been like two things: we're spending money too fast, and the price of mana. And those two things are just sort of misguided effects of spending money.
I think that's just poor articulation from people who don't speak English as the first language, because I think what they mean is they're spending too money horrifically quickly on garbage things. I think everyone agrees with what you're saying. And I think that I think maybe the only reason you don't get support is because when you lead into it, you premise it with you're all idiots because you think it's about spending too much, when really it's about spending too much on the wrong things. And it's like,
I don't call
we're all
anybody
saying
idiots.
the same thing.
I don't call anybody idiots.
Your tone and nature is a little aggressive about it. You imply everyone is wrong and doing the wrong things. You're not calling them idiots, but you're strongly suggesting that they're so wrong to the point of buffoonery.
I'm sorry if my points ever come off as like I'm trying to safeguard the mana. Maybe it's my miscommunication of how I say things. I can attest to being someone who miscommunicates my thoughts across. But to your point, I do agree with the whole availability or access of funds, but to your point, there needs to be more what's the word?
Safeguards?
Not even safeguarding, but just safeguarding obviously, but not a manager, but this is why I always talk about the accounting. We need someone to really analyze the misuse of funds or the progress of funds, because I didn't learn till maybe less than a year ago that technically vesting contracts just continue to pay out people with no check. Until recently, I learned that maybe Grant Support Squad is doing a better job. But for a good year and a half of when the grants program was opened, there was no accounting or check on this. So unfortunately, we got here because of our implementation from the get-go. We had no one checking the funds being paid out with the progress. So I am not trying to safeguard or gatekeep the funds from being spent, but there is a level of reasonability with how much is being spent to whom, based on the current price. I agree, we should be spending money, or we should be spending our mana wisely on things that make sense. But lately it hasn't, not want to say a lot, but there's been a lot of questionable things that we've been spending money on. So,
and
better accounting practices don't improve that,
which is unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, which is why I'm trying to stand up for the accounting of the DAO, with the limited time that I have.
I would argue that better accounting practices do help better present the information to the community to help enforce accountability. I agree with you that the accounting practices themselves do not fix the problem, but they make the
Right.
problems more easily identified, easier to articulate, and then easier to prevent, and then to help come up with a solution. So,
But the
I
sad
agree with
thing
you.
is
It's not in itself a perfect fix. It's a good
no one,
step.
no one on the grant support squad is even a licensed accountant or have any background in that, which is kind of sad. Sure, Zeno has his law degree, but like I don't know. I think the grant support squad is lacking some skills. Not gonna lie, and I mean that in the nicest way possible.
I think Sinful, you had your hand up. Sorry.
Or we could move the conversation to them. I mean, we could have specific meetings, not on a Saturday. I mean, I think the fact that like the people in this room, you guys all get the gold star participation trophy, which is awesome. But we also like we all need to be in the same room. Like that is I think the missing piece is that we're all here talking together, but we're talking separately and we're not necessarily aligned on the same path moving forward. And I think that that's my biggest fear with another grant freeze after seeing the last one is that it's just, I mean, if you look at the Discord, it's just so much talking and no action. So I think getting everybody together in the same spot. So if we need to go to them, then we need to go to them because, or if we, I don't know, we need to speak with one voice. Mariana?
Yeah, I agree. I think like just quickly, the treasury for the DAO is I think like 65 million total left, right? That's not chump change. I mean, that's
including all of the unvested money, though, right?
Correct. Yes, yeah, but still, I mean that is there. So that's not chump change, and I think we need to. I completely agree with Kanessa and Sinful. What we can have our own calls in the voice channel in Discord. I think, not to have to work on a Saturday, but maybe more than twice a week or waiting for every town hall to discuss things seems a little more conservative and prudent in terms of, managing the $65 million treasury.
I mean, go ahead, Mariana, and then I'll go.
No, you can go first because I might go down like a rabbit hole. Not a rabbit hole, but yeah, go. You go first.
Okay. I was just gonna say, like, if you go into the DAO transparency, the for the last 30 days, we've brought in $13,000, and we've spent $304,000. So that math ain't mathin'. And one thing you told me, Mariana, that just has stuck with me that I think really like we need to educate each other in the community is that when like what mana is almost 50 cents, right? Like it's a whole lot different paying a grant at a 50-cent mana than when it dipped down to 28 cents. So like we were paying almost twice as much mana to fund the same grant. And so I feel like almost there needs to be a freeze every time mana gets down below a certain price. But I mean, that totally could birdwalk into a different spot. But this right here, I just have a screenshot of it. We made 13,000, we spent 304,000. And it's interesting, everybody. This right here, I just have a screenshot of it. We made 13,000, we spent 304,000. And it's interesting, everybody should go there and look at what has been spent on, like how much are we making from wearables, how much are we making from names, and how much are we paying the DAO committee. It's just really interesting. So
yeah,
do that for what it is.
And I'm gonna talk about something before I was before I mentioned what I was going to talk about with my hand raised, but like Vanessa, I showed you like a cash run out that I did. I got bored and I did like a month ago. But we have to understand like how that cash run out looks like at different points of mana, as well as estimating how much revenue we're going to pay out, or estimating how much revenue we're going to receive, and then estimating how much our monthly expenses are going to be. At one point, when we were paying like $1 million a month for grants at a 40-cent mana, we were like looking at a burnout of like 4 years. Now, since it's like now that it's like 300,000 a month for now at the current price, I think we're still good with like 5.5 years now. But like that's going to continue to change based on the mana price, how much our monthly expenses are, and then also how much we're expected to receive income. Like I can post the cash run out in the DAO, but like there's a lot more factors that I can show too. But I just want to like speak on that. Like there's this concept of like a cash run out, which is pretty much how you calculate that. You take how much cash you have, which is technically we can do an analysis with our vesting contract, which is 64 million, divided by our average monthly expenses. So I took the 2022 and 2023 average to calculate that. Sorry, I'm just rambling. I'll let you speak, and then I'll go back to what I.
No, I mean it's good to do, but Mariana, let's take a look for a second. Okay, we're saying we have a burn rate and a runway, right? Those are startup terms. So a burn rate, how much cash you're going through at a certain period of time, and a runway, how much time you have left until you have zero in the bank. Okay, I would consider DCL a startup. So in 5.5 years, what do we want as a DAO? Do we want our DAO to be net positive income or not? Or what is the point? And so then we get to your accounting. So we bring in 13 grand. If we don't have any more grants anymore, what are our true, let's call them fixed costs, right? Because grants are more of a variable cost. So we have income and we have expenses. So what are our fixed costs for our our DAO to keep the lights on? So let's say there's
the DAO committee,
grants.
I think, is the only fixed cost.
Okay, no, that's a good point. It's a great point, because let's identify in 5 years where we're wondering what our income is now, what our expenses are, what's our income supposed to be, how, and what are our fixed costs in the future? Because the definition of a grant is never to be repaid. It's given by public institutions for educational or other purposes that are not supposed to be repaid back. That would either be an investment or a loan, right? So let's remove the grants from the expense equation. What are our fixed costs to keep the lights on in the DAO? And how much of a discrepancy are we away from being in the black already?
That's a good question, Lastrom, actually. So I'm gonna look. I'm gonna take that.
Because that's my point. We're all worried about this burn rate and runway, but who gives a flying F if we have enough money to keep the lights on in the DAO? And it's kind of an overgeneralization, but we're supposed to spend money on cool shit and get things inside the platform to make it work. If we have enough money to cover our fixed cost, not to say who cares if we don't have money in 6 years, but that's the point of the money, is to spur creativity if we have enough to cover our lights.
But don't we all agree that we're not building cool shit that like does anything?
Yeah, but it's
meaningful?
not because of the availability of funds. It's because of the access, the way we allow people to access the funds.
Right, but I mean, I don't understand why it doesn't make sense to just pause on building quote unquote not cool shit because we're ineffectively using the money, and then addressing and just fixing the system, as opposed to kind of bickering over the vernacular or ways we phrase things. Why don't we just we all agree the system isn't working one way for one reason or another? We might not agree on the right way to phrase it or the exact problem, but we all agree that it isn't working. So doesn't it make sense to pause the system that isn't working, the grant system, and then help better define it or fix it or address the issues at hand? Because we all agree it's not working. That is the one thing I think we all agree on.
I think there's some people voting and creating proposals who think it's working just fine if their proposals go through. I mean, there's people that would gladly take $150,000 from the DAO and do something with it.
Okay, all the people here talking at the moment generally agree that the system as a whole isn't working.
Okay,
We've never funded any cool thing.
There's some people
not to say that
it's working really well.
Well, to be fair, right now Chris does not think it's working very well. Chris right now is probably very upset having been recently banned from the DAO Discord and having his grant revoked and having, you know, the 10 million no votes from one wallet. He probably is very upset with how it
Well,
works
I'm just
at the
saying,
moment
like
as well.
there are a lot of different people here with a lot of different motives, and I think that in the past, also the grant freeze was the last time a year ago, it was in part to also, you know, address some of the bad actors that I'm not saying that we know who they are, but I know that there are different people who were taking, you know, DAO funds and self-voting on their proposals, and I think that is also something that we're fighting. So it's not just we're not just all
To
here.
be fair, Shawnee did vote in favor of both DAO freeze and grant freezes, so just, which I believe is one of the main people who's been accused of that. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I do believe, I want to clarify, because I feel like a lot of people say the last grant freeze didn't accomplish anything. I don't think that. Hey, don't get me wrong, it's easy to, when you look at the mess that is the DAO, feel that way, but it is like, before that grant freeze, it was even crazier with less accountability. Like it was a worse and less, like, you know, there were no people, no accountability before. At least now there is enough of a broken system for people to like go, oh yeah, like I see you try. There's some accountability. It still sucks. It has gotten better. It's not. Don't get me wrong. It still needs to go a long way before it's good. But things did get accomplished in that time period, which was just I just started being active in the DAO, I think, like right at the tail end of the grant freeze. I wasn't there at the beginning of that conversation, but like looking back historically at like through the DAO documents and the proposals that happened, leading the creations of the categories and the budget, some stuff did happen. Yamel did most of it, so it's a real bummer he's at the foundation now, since he really was quite a driving force in the DAO in getting, you know, actual shit done for a while. But well, I mean, maybe it's a bummer if you think he was good at it. Maybe it's not a bummer if you thought he was bad at it. But if you thought he was bad at it, now that he's head of the foundation, I guess we're still fucked. So, but some things did get accomplished in the last freeze. Is all I want to just clarify.
Well, I want to take it back to what Lastrom said, because otherwise we're going to lose. We're going to birdwalk, because, you know, there's 1,000 different things to talk about. But really, like what you said, Lastrom, is like getting a small group of people together so that we have active voices in the conversation. Because I think that is how change happens under your nose. If you're not in those working groups, if you're not in, you know, the Discord call, like talking about it, like pushing this change, because I think that's what happened last grant freeze. There was a lot of talk with a lot of people, but ultimately it came down to a small group of people who wrote that final proposal, who pushed those final changes through. And I think that not enough community members had voices in that. And I think that this community in here, I mean, we're all very passionate about it. Like we all have strong opinions, and I don't know, sometimes it can feel like it just feels like our voices don't matter, even if we have VP. It feels like Foundation's going to do what they're going to do. But go ahead. Last time had
people don't participate though. Like Fez tries so hard to get feedback and input, and people don't participate. He sends people docs to review. He has channel upon channel for people to offer their thoughts. So I don't think it's entirely like everyone has the opportunity to like to reach out and like speak or write a prop. Like Fez will help you brainstorm it. But anyway,
yeah, no, I know. I mean, there's a lot of consequences for being vocal. Like everybody loves you when you're silent. It's a different story when you voice your opinions. Lastrom.
Yeah, it's a good point, Vanessa. All I was going to say is, you know, I think it's, for me, and I believe, you know, Jared might be hinting to that. Fez sends me stuff a lot too, and you know,
I can't speak to you. He says, I just know that dude, he tried. He reaches out to a lot of people. He reaches out to a lot of people.
But, you know, I don't know if I necessarily have the time or want to be focused on creating these proposals. I love talking about things. I'll talk with anybody about anything, but like other people can take the reins, Jared or Fez, and create the proposal. And I think part of my hesitation is you create a proposal. It takes 2 weeks, I think, for voting, or I don't know how long that works. Then it goes into the next stage for 2 weeks, and it goes into the next stage. And like,
I think it's 5 days for the first one. But okay. Yeah, then the last one's for sure 2 weeks, and I can't remember what drafts are. The drafts might be a week, they might be 2 weeks.
I'm just saying, you know, like, okay, let's just quickly assume and, you know, digitally raise your hand if you think putting a very simple solution, you know, whether it's hard technically or not, but not allowing funds to be releasable until there is a consensus of work done, whatever that consensus is that we come up with, right? It seems like we're all on board. Hey, before you're able to pull out your grant funding for this month, show us that you've performed the work. To me, that seems like a very simple accountability thing versus, hey, please tell us where you spent this money and we'll use that as accountability, right? Like actually tying work to releasing the funds. And so putting a proposal together for that would take 5 days plus 14 days plus 14 more days or whatever. It's like, we just came up with that in 10 minutes and it's not very controversial. It seems very easy to do. Why can't we just pass that in, 72 hours or 1 week? So maybe understanding or coming up with a different way to choose how we elevate priorities and things that seem very simple, that can be implemented quickly, like the transparency for options. I'll just give one more example, then I'll stop. I asked Gino to put all of the funds for the DAO on the treasury, vested and unvested, because that gives a true transparency of how much money we have. Because everyone's so worried, like, oh my God, there's only $7 million in the treasury. Well, no, not actually. There's still 60 million that we have unvested, right? So little things like that, I think we need to figure out possibly changing the time frame for implementing these things, because not everything should be on the same time frame.
I mean, I would argue that unvested treasury money should be very clearly connotated on the website. Like this isn't in the treasury. The treasury is waiting for this vesting contract to pay it out. But I don't disagree that should still be made aware for people to be aware of.
But the treasury makes no sense, though. The treasury makes no sense. Like having
that valid argument. I don't disagree with you necessarily.
The treasury is the treasury. It's like, how much money do you have, whether you have it now or you have it in 30 days? Like, it's in a vesting contract. It's like they need to change. The treasury is everything the DAO has. The funds available or the releasable is different, right? So it's like you've got an IRA account and you have a checking account. And we're saying the treasury is just a checking account plus this little IRA thing that we don't touch. You know what I mean? It's like, no, the treasury is everything.
No, well, I mean, I think this is now we're just kind of like a semantics argument at its core, but like it's arguing like, cause like the DAO doesn't own the contract, or didn't when it was created own the contract that funds it, because it comes from the same place that funds the foundation. So like, I think it's not.
It has its own contract.
Argument.
No, it's different.
I mean,
it's a different contract.
They were created. Yes, but they were created at the same time. They're essentially identical contracts that offer the exact same amount of funds. They just go to two different places to get claimed to be used. But it is essentially the exact same thing, created by the same pre-foundation organization. So I don't think it's not an unreasonable argument to say that isn't yet the Treasury's money. But I don't disagree that it shouldn't be thought of. I'm just saying that I think framing it as we have $64 million, why don't we spend $5 million? It's like, well, that's not really that's not entirely honest per se. Obviously that was a hyperbolic example, but I think there's flaws in that logic, but I don't entirely disagree with where they're coming from. But to get to the point about changing how decisions are made, that Madamo was the driving force, I do believe, around the 3 stages of governance that requires a final vote of 6 million VP, which one of my favorite facts about that is that less than 6 million VP was cast on the proposal that set in stone it takes 6 million VP to pass any future governance, which I think is just such an incredibly amazing just example of absurdity. Like it was it's like we locked a door with a key without having necessarily the key to unlock it, so to speak, at the time, which I think is hilarious and brilliant and absurd. But I mean, I think the problem is that you do want to some degree there to be kind of a safeguards in place and a slow process that demands due diligence in solidifying core foundational rules of the DAO. But I don't disagree with you that there should be more maneuverability, and that part of what makes it I firmly believe that it's almost impossible for a DAO to effectively make a good product, because there is so much just paperwork and because no one wants to go to a school board meeting, and the DAO has devolved to just being a never-ending school board meeting with 3 stages to rehash, go to have meetings, create this document, give your feedback on the document, let's have a presentation on the document. That is not fun. It's boring, it's awful, and it takes a very specific kind of crazy person to actually enjoy doing that. So I agree with you that there's definitely room for improvement. I just think it's about defining what specific things maybe can be done in a week and be more dynamic without creating a scenario that just opens up the DAO to being very vulnerable to some a Sybil attack, or some whale buys 100 million mana and then just sorry guys, I'm changing all the rules where I get the rest of the funds. You know, like I think there's just you want there to be, you know, safeguards in place that give the SAS or what the security team like opportunity to be like made aware of potential concerns, threats, and you know, fix it. Did I rug or did I just not make enough sense to get to generate?
No, just when you sometimes talk, you use double negatives to agree with something, so it kind of detracts from the purpose of agreement. When you say don't disagree, it actually means agree, and so it's just hard for people to comprehend what you're saying sometimes. But essentially,
that is a character. That is a flaw in my language sometimes.
But essentially, it is. Yes, there should be opportunities to create things in a shorter time frame that have impact more immediately in the DAO. That was my point.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just we also need to, you know, make sure that it is like properly identified, properly defined in scope, and like doesn't necessarily create, you know, like create vulnerabilities to make the DAO easily,
okay,
you know, abused or manipulated.
You're here. You have, whether fortunately or unfortunately or positively, negatively, taken the role of sometimes creating documents for the school board meeting. Would you take on or agree with first the concept of putting a check in place on the vesting smart contracts for grants, that the funds cannot be released until there is some method of proving that the prior work has been done? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I could probably submit that pre-proposal in the
I'm
next 5 minutes.
I'm not asking you to submit it. I'm just saying, would you agree with that could be an immediate accountability change for all grants that say, okay, you've got 6 months at the end of month 1 prior to your funds being releasable. You have to prove to us either on a Testing Tuesday, a Skype call, Zoom call, whatever call, or with your GSS lead and show that the work is done. And then that GSS lead can verify that the work was done and the funds then become releasable. Is that a consensus? And not just to you, Jared, but to like everybody, that seems like a pretty easy accountability factor to add in to the grant system.
I can agree.
I mean,
and I can also say that the biennial would have struggled if that was implemented before.
A lot would. I mean, I've been to a lot of Testing Tuesdays with studios and small indie devs and things don't work. I understand that. But you know what? Like, it's your time to shine in those moments. And so I understand, you know, there are sometimes it just didn't work in that moment, or you might need an extra day or two. I understand that. But the funds would not be available until you can reach that level of comfortability with your GSS lead taking it and saying, you know what, I feel comfortable, as this is my role as a GSS member, that this grantee proved their work for the month to receive the funds. Doesn't seem like that hard of a concept to implement.
Well, I could see, like, I mean, for like example, teams who have people who like hire on other devs or other workers, I could see that kind of policy. Like there might be like you might want to have a caveat where like you can have the first month's funding to get the ball rolling, but you get no additional funding.
That's valid.
Because like you do want to like make sure like, you know, you got to be able to pay people for their work, because like it's, you know, you can't build a team who's that. Like so yeah. But I think in general though everyone would agree that more accountability, and like that seems like an excellent solution. Now I feel like I've asked about it in the past. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't ask the right questions, and if you ask HP the wrong question, he just tells you how things exist. Because I was asking about like preventing, you know, like claiming funds from, you know, the investing contracts for grants, and you can't like once it's releasable to them, like the DAO can't do anything to get it back, you know, even though it feels like it should absolutely. So yeah, but it obviously requires some amount of technical work to change how the system works, which would require either the governance squad to do it or a bidding and tendering for someone else to bid on doing it, and then we'd have to pay for a contract audit. But
easy.
Otherwise,
Tell HP he doesn't work for free anymore, and so I'm happy to use some of our platform funding that we've reserved in this grant freeze to have him go and fix the contract that allows for this little flag.
Yeah, I think that someone smarter than I am on how blockchains and that all works would have to, you know, come up with the right, you know, system and price it out. But yeah, I think in general, I think what you're saying, I think everyone absolutely would agree with that. So yeah, sounds good. There is actually currently, I believe it's still in a poll stage, but there is a poll in the DAO about should all grants be required to have like a 1 month trial period before like full like vesting, or like being able to like, you know, be a big, $100,000 money hole, which I think is like a similar premise to this. So I think this could be a good, could maybe merge with that. But I think it should be, I agree, it should start as its own poll.
I think there's also a learning process, like anybody up here who has received a grant. I mean, there is a learning curve to understand after you get the grant how it works and where you have to report. Because I've heard people complain that, like, I didn't know I had to post my monthly update in Notion, on the Discord, and on the grant itself. And one thing that I found that, like, uploading your information on the actual grant works like 50% of the time. Other times, like, you go to submit and it doesn't actually work. Like, there's a button that they've, I don't know, like, I have one that I've got to post an update, and when AJ and I went to go post it, it didn't work for us. So I think that also I see benefit in having a runway the first 2 months, and just, this is my advice to everybody unsolicited, give yourself more time than you think you need. Like, take that first 2 months to understand, like, okay, this is the date that I have to have my report in by, or it's going to show up as late. Jared, could you mute yourself? One habit. You leave your speaker on, bro. Thank you. That's okay.
That mechanical keyboard's pretty sweet, though.
Yeah, love hearing it. Get a typewriter. It'll be even more ASMR for us. And then I'll let you, keep going. But give yourself more time, because it sounds simple. It sounds like, it should be easy to update yourself in Notion, Discord, and on the proposal itself. But actually, it's kind of frustrating. The first time you use Notion, it's like, oh, what? It's not working. So I don't know. I think that a lot of that is these are people who, if you're a musician, you're probably really good at music, or if you're an educator, you're probably really good at that, but maybe not so good at the nuts and bolts of this information. And then, God forbid, if you have to make a video, and now you have to have video editing tools to submit to the DAO for a video update, or if you have a testing Tuesday and you have to have people come in person, and maybe you're reclusive and you're not good at speaking in front of people. There's a lot of challenges I see that we're not all equipped the same, because I know some people are they were freaking out. They're like, yeah, I did do testing Tuesday and I had to I'm good, I'm a great builder, but speaking in front of people and showing them that, it's really hard. Or making a video, it can take 6 hours to make your DAO update video. So instead of making stuff for your grant, suddenly you're editing video. So I think, I don't know, that's just something to consider, that there's a lot more little pieces like that people don't realize, they have to show accountability, and it takes all this different skill set. So having that work in there as well, just giving yourself more time to do that, but also more time to show that you can deliver on what you said. Okay, now you can go back.
You should be allowed to agree to just do a brick by brick or something, then stream it for you're working for 2 hours and prove things work, instead of having to edit a 6-minute video. Because I do agree with you that that does seem like it would be an irritating, cumbersome time sink for someone who isn't an experienced video editor. Even though I also agree that streaming for your brick by brick would also probably fall into that same category. But I think at least then you're having an active conversation with people, and not just in your own private hell, and getting to field questions as they happen, so that you can address concerns immediately, as opposed to mis-edit speaking in your edited video and then having to then address it again in a week.
Master?
Yeah, I agree partially, where maybe there's, again, thresholds for requirements for that stuff. But if you're asking for $100,000 from the public fund, I would hope that you could, whether you don't know, but have the ability to figure out how to put a 3-minute video together. As reclusive or extroverted as you are, you're asking for $100,000. So there might be a threshold where if you're asking for under 50K, or maybe under 20K, or just 5K, maybe you don't have to always post an update. I think the time frame could be different too, maybe the different category, but it's my purview that, as anonymous as I am, and I can be introverted or extroverted, if you're asking for a shit ton of money from somebody, there should be some level of requirement. I don't care how reclusive you are. That's the game that you're getting into when you're asking somebody or a group of people for $100,000. So as much as I agree with that, maybe having the DAO outline when you do submit a grant, or maybe there's a one-pager that you get to your email when you submit a grant, or your grant succeeds, passes, it's like a welcome to the grant system, right? And it tells you some of the things and helpful information of what you might have to experience as a grantee, because I just don't like giving people a pass like that. Like, if there's ways to be accountable without having to be doxxed, right? But it is uncomfortable. I don't always like speaking in public. I mess up all the time, and I'm sure other people do. But you know what? When you ask for a lot of money, that's kind of the nature of the game.
Yeah, that's true, and I totally agree. And I don't mean to say that that I'm against that. I'm just saying, figuring all of that out, there's a learning curve. So like, exactly, 100%. If you're getting that money, you've got to be able to show for it. I'm just saying, like, I think a lot of people and maybe because my scope is a smaller grant, I'm not, I've never gotten $100,000 grant, and the people that I'm speaking to are also people that have gotten the smaller grants. So just having that learning curve of being able to like put those tools together. So even if there was a video editor who could, this is like a one person show who was like, how do I make a video? And tried to help them the best I could. And another different person who's a one person show who English is their second language. So presenting to people, it was a difficult thing. So I don't know. I absolutely want that transparency. And you're right. If you ask for money, like, I think that's the thing that, that you got to be willing to sign up for. So I totally don't want to get rid of that, because that is the only way to see what has been done. Because I know there's something, there's like multiple grants outstanding that kind of waiting on the results of that too. So yes, thank you for bringing that up, because I don't want to make it sound like that's too much to ask when people are asking for that much money.
Well, I think you bring up a good point though. It's very hard, whether you're skilled or not, to figure out where to post. I mean, not by negligence or incompetence at all on our team, but posting an update on the grant page, and then Notion, and then the DAO forum, and then the Discord, and then it's like there's all these and thens when you're a grantee, regardless of how much you get. It's insane. It's astronomical. Oh, and then you have a meeting with your GSS team, right? And then you have your own internal roadmap. So it is pretty wild. The way they redid the DAO Discord is ridiculous. Everything should happen in one location, on the grant governance page. You go there, we all vote there, we all go there. All the conversation around all grants should be on the grant page, which is sort of part of the forum. Your updates are there. The Notion page, let's pay the governance squad to put it up there. You upload your video there. Everything literally happens there. And that would help possibly eliminate some of this, what feels like a huge cumbersome endeavor beyond building your grant. There's all the minutia and admin work that goes along with it, because it's so sporadic of how you have to update as a grantee. But that, you're right, it doesn't detract from the accountability. And personally, the new accountability with the CSV file, I mean, people raise your hand in here, what is a CSV file? And then you have to put a CSV file together of your accounting for the month. That has nothing to do with if I did the work. So it's like this faux accountability that we keep coming up with. So I did just get to a birthday party for my little niece, so I have to go, but I just wanted to recap what I thought about, because there are a lot of intelligent people on this call that want to improve the DAO, and a lot of this gets lost in translation. And I think these things need to happen, one, in the DAO Discord more frequently, just us, without having the facilitation squad. I think two, implementing a flag on the vesting contract for grants that doesn't release the funds until it's approved by the grant support squad. And then three, I think, looking at the VP system and how we access funds versus availability of funds. Because again, the fourth thing is we have income, but what are our fixed expenses outside of the grant? The grant is like a treasure chest. It's not a treasury. It's like a treasure chest, right? And it doesn't matter what our DAO does. If that treasure chest goes away, we should still have a DAO. So let's, the fourth point, figure out what our fixed expenses are now, should be in the future, and compare that to our future income, because then we remove this burn rate runway of like, oh my God, we're going to run out of grant funding. Okay, that's fine. As long as we keep the lights on with the DAO, it shouldn't matter, right? So I think that's the final point, and would love to continue this in the DAO Discord.
Thank you, Lastrom, for being here. And if there are any updates on In-World Builder that you would like to kind of tell everyone about, you're more than welcome to before you pop out. If not, have a great day.
Oh, sure.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no. Actually, I saw Mises up here as a speaker, so he's on the team's project manager for IWB. He can speak on IWB and all the awesomeness and what we have coming. So again, thank you for having me come up, and always nice to have different opinions. And again, we accomplished, in my opinion, so much in this last hour than any proposal or text chat in the Discord. So let's have more of these unorganized in the DAO Discord voice chat. I'm down. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Go get some
Roscoe.
ice cream and go get the birthday cake, man. We'll be here.
And yeah, this has been an awesome conversation. I definitely would like to keep the conversation going, not let it die out. Maybe I'll drop like a snippet or snippets in the DAO Discord about today's conversation. I kind of wanted to kind of comment on something that Jared had mentioned, pertaining to kind of what was it? Kind of like the trial period for grantees. I see that as the beginning of an idea. Like perhaps maybe it'll need to be refined, and I personally don't know in what ways, but like it would be that I feel like something like that could be good for negating these 100K grants for like 3 months type of thing. It seems that like the drainers have figured out that if they ask for a lot of money for a short period of time, it means less time for them to get revoked. So, I mean, what are the thoughts there on like what I just mentioned?
Well, I would love to see something that, like, when you've got a grant, because it'll say, 100,000, 150,000. I would love to have that automatically broke down by how many months it's over. So it could say, like, over 12 months, that's $10,000 a month, or over 3 months, that's 40,000 a month. Because I think that people that don't really look closely, and people don't really look closely at the duration of time, they'd be like, what, $40,000 a month? Like, whose salary is that? That would be my suggestion, is break it down so that it's real easy to see that differentiation.
Well, that I think kind of aligns with the DAO pricing guide, which has been very overwhelming to start trying to compile the data. But I really think that if we just have like a general and obviously as Mariana's commented, there's she has a term for when there's variable costs. Like you can't just create a mastered pricing guide for everything.
Yeah, it's called non-standard or custom pricing.
So there would obviously have to be caveats for certain things, but in general, and like an agreed upon format for how things should be presented. Because as I've been going through trying to compile a list of like the most common things people ask for money for, like some people submit their grants going, we need $5,000 to make the potion system, and then other people are like, we need $5,000 for the dev. So it's like there needs to, I think if we agreed on a more common language and kind of helped make it just everything easier to parse for voters, and then also to have an objective kind of tool for GSS revocation committee people to look at and go hey, sorry, Jester's on top of mine because he's has his grant revocation problems. We see that you're charging $5,000 for wearables, and we're only willing to pay $500 for wearables. So I'm sorry about that, but that's not how we do things here. Just having a very more defined language choice, I think, kind of addresses what you're talking about, Vanessa.
Yeah, absolutely. Or social media. I know there's one grant that has gotten $6,000 for social media, and they had 3 tweets over the summer. So $6,000 for 3 tweets that math doesn't match up to me.
No, yeah,
so
that math
how much is social media worth? I mean, is social media, are you paying for ads? Is it to pay a person to sit on Twitter and repin stuff or retweet stuff? Or is it just we're just gonna throw social media out there for $6,000 and nobody's gonna bat an eye that they don't do anything? And they got combative when I started, bringing them to accountability. But I'm like, hey, this is what if you wouldn't have put it in your grant, I wouldn't have any grounds to like defend. But when you say $6,000 is going to social media, then I want to see the social media. I want to see what that is.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
And if we have like a proper definition for that, because perhaps what they meant was, I mean, I'm just hypothetically, because I have no idea who you're talking about. Maybe they meant the creation of the art, the like, all of the like design work to make the thing they're going to tweet, which I doubt, because even then, $6,000 for 3 tweets is obscene. But like hypothetically, there could be like could be more than just writing the copy and sending the tweet, which I would say should probably cost at most $20 a tweet, or
Yeah, I mean, I think it just somebody that's like data is like in the school system. I can't make any decision without absolute data, hard data backing me up, or I'll get fired. Like I write legally binding documents that like I have to have the data to back it up. So to have something here where it's so ambiguous, it's so vague, like, and this is just one instance, but have it like, what does social media mean? Because it might mean something very different to every one of us. Like somebody might say, well, I posted my event page in Decentraland because Decentraland is a social media platform. So like, okay, is that social media, or is Twitter social media, or is it TikTok, or is it paid advertisements on Instagram, or is it paid some other place? Like, I think
Did someone ever defend themselves by saying I posted it to Decentraland and that counts? Because honestly,
no, I just thought of that.
Their pedantry, but that is.
I just thought of that.
You should never have said that, because now some asshole is absolutely going to use that to justify it. Like, well, guys, it's a social platform. Jared says Decentraland's like Facebook. And I just submitted the should grants be required to prove they've done the work before claiming funds. It's a poll. It's a pre-poll, guys. It's not very well written. I promise not to just copy paste it 2 more times into governance. I've learned my lesson. That's not good practice. It results in lots of headaches and angry DMs. But it's leave your thoughts on there or vote yes in support of it if you like that. Someone tell Lastrom. But yeah, sorry. But yeah, no, I totally agree with what you're saying. I definitely think that like better defining everything and like having just like clear cut. This is what we as the DAO are willing to spend on social media, and like you have to show the work, which I think goes well hand in hand with this. Like I think those are 2 peas of the same pod. Like first we define what we're willing to pay for things, and then we say, show us you've done the things we're willing to pay for. Like, and I mean, I think the GSS will probably need to upgrade to some extent, or like or this future upcoming technical committee or technical liaison position that I believe Fez is working on a bidding and tendering thing for, or should probably will have to be incorporated into helping evaluate the workloads of because sometimes you spend a month writing code, like maybe you're if you're like doing a big year-long project, the first month of code might not be ready to be demonstrated in the form of a game, but a competent programmer experienced in building a Decentraland can look at it and go, oh, okay, yeah, I see the logic here. Like when Unknower reviewed Ingester's code and said, hey, yeah, it's not totally incompetence. So yeah, I agree with that.
Does that kind of answer? I mean, I think there's a lot of different reasons that we need accountability here. Like, yeah, but
but I agree that the 1 month, I think Lastrom's idea for the just prove your work before you get paid, I think is very much like a similar goal to solve the problem of 1 month trial period. It's basically saying it's trying to address the same problem, like prove you're using this money efficiently and effectively. But like I think that the prove your work before you get paid, which would last throughout the grant, would still be a better tool than like, hey, show us you can do it for a month and then you can milk us for 11, because like there's definitely people who are willing to, sorry, it's Sinful, she asked you a question I immediately interrupted, but I think Lastrom's suggestion there, I think, is a better articulation of a way to solve the problem, though I think they're trying to address the exact same, issue.
Yeah, totally. And also just now when you were speaking, Jared, it kind of brought up a kind of slightly different thought of like, prove you can actually do the work. Like, where does that come in? Because I know that there are plenty of proposals that go up asking to do dope shit. But then, like, can they do it? Like, who, like...
or by whose standard? Because I could write a $100,000 grant to redo, a plaza with my Blender skills, and I might think it's the shit. But y'all know that I'm still learning. Like, but like, so whose standards? I mean, is it to my standards or the community's standards? And that right there could be avoided by like proof of ability, like like the DAO proposals that didn't that people didn't have any portfolios of what they did. They're asking for what, $100,000, and they didn't have any proof of what they did. And I kind of like started getting, you know, grouchy, like, are you kidding me? Like, this is a waste of time to vote. And then the grant support squad is like, yep, we said portfolios are strongly suggested. And so like I was like, okay, I guess that's all I need to know is if you didn't leave a proposal, you're just boom, like, or if you didn't leave a portfolio. Go ahead, Jared.
Maybe I agree with you. Maybe I was sorry. I just wanted to agree with you because I think you're spot on. I think that perhaps we should remove it from well, and I think maybe yours was in the concept for the bidding and tendering. Fez had said that because, like, I guess, like, but I agree. Like, we should codify, like, present us a portfolio of your work. Like, you have one. Like, if you're asking for X, you need to present a portfolio proving you can do it. But or maybe we need to, like, because, like, but I think it's tricky because for example, I think there's two good like examples of like opposite sides of the coin with, like, because I'm the only person who kind of likes Ingester anymore. He's broken me down, and I'm back onto like trying to see the good in him. And then, but we all love Nikki, and like neither one of them are like proficient coders. Like, Nikki didn't code Broomway like extensively. Like, she, like, you know, hired and outsourced, great people to do that. Got like hooked up from the foundation. And, you know, Ingester has like a dev he met who builds in Decentraland, who does his coding. Like, so like, it's like, I feel like there's like kind of like this like line where it's like, well, are you the person submitting this grant, like, you know, the master who's going to be able to build this, or are you like going to be able to, you know, build the team that can? And like, you know, it's hard where you draw that line of like, you don't know how to code. No, you can't have a grant that requires coding.
Then you ask for a smaller grant and you show proof of concept before you get the whole, you know, turkey dinner. Like, that's one way to do it. I mean, I don't know. Fair. Like, I love having people who are like, they're wanting something big, but they realize they've got to do it in parts. And so or people that are like, you know, I'm going to do it. I'm going to give you something to look at first. And then I'll ask for, you know, X number of dollars, like, prove the concept. Because if you have a team coming together, I'll tell you, everything we're talking about, the hardest thing is getting people to work well with other people. So if you're trying to make a game and you're hiring a dev to do the coding and you're hiring somebody else to do the textures, like, do you know how well that team works together? Or are you going to find out during the process? Because I know that was like Wondermine. When they got their last $250,000 grant, they didn't deliver on it because they were like, well, we had problems with our team. Some of the teammates dropped out. So, like, I don't know, showing that a team can work well together first is like, that is invaluable.
They did eventually make good, I believe, because it was the like multi-user meteors. And but yeah, your point is valid that and to your point, I think Nikki did a really good job of demonstrating, like, now she didn't build a video game per se, but she did host like wildly successful the Broomway events. I think anyone who was around in, what was that, early 2022, like, you definitely remember like those were definitely, you know, huge. Everyone I think had a good time. Like, she demonstrated her ability to, you know, host an event and do something in, like, you know, in some way, which, you know, perhaps my other example hadn't done himself per se. And also, like, and this part of the issue I think that the DAO has is, like, you know, like, we all want to, like, I like you, but like I had to like have a hard talk with the judge, like, I like you. I think that the way you're being treated, like, by landlord DAO and people supporting that, I do think that is unfair and to an extent like cowardly and toxic. But at the same time, like, I don't think you should have necessarily been given a $100,000 grant to make a game, to further build this game, because, you know, it's not necessarily good. But it's like, no one wants to have that conversation with their friends. Like, you know, like, God forbid if Nikki submitted a grant that I thought was shit, like, I wouldn't want to go and tell her. I wouldn't want to do that, because, like, I like Nikki. I've loved everything she's done. I buy a bunch of her wearables because I love them. I think they're dope. And like, it's like, I think most people here like fall into that category. Like, we don't want to go to our friends and be like, listen, like, Rustan, I think the pizza idea is dumb. I thought the pizza idea was good, but like, we wouldn't want to do that because, like, they're our friends and we like them. And I think it's like, we need to be better about having difficult conversations with our friends, because, like, you know, eventually our friends are going to ask for a big grant, and they can't all possibly be good. We can't, like, there's going to just be a couple times where our friends go like, hey, like, give me $250,000 for DJ events. We're just going to be like, listen, you've always been nice to me, but no, I'm sorry, can't do that. We don't do that here anymore. And I don't know. It's just like I think that's something we all could be better about because we all want to support our friends. Like we all know they're like just because you're trying your best, like you said, like yourself, like it doesn't mean your best is good enough. You know, like just because you're making an absolute, genuine, honest effort to do something awesome, it just doesn't mean you're going to be able to pull it off. And we need to be able to be, you know, more direct and honest about it, even with the people we love.
I don't know. It's really hard to vote against any last slice proposals because they come through with that fire team, fire proposal. It's all like put together in like a PowerPoint and shit. They'll have it. They'll put it in audiobooks and everything for you, so you know you understand the material.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think that in general, they have a pretty good breadth of work to demonstrate it. So currently, I'm gonna be honest, I've tried to use the in-world builder, and Rooston's hooked me up. It's clunky as hell, drives me nuts. I don't know how much time they have left in their thing, but like that would be an example of something like I don't think necessarily, and I think that they'll probably make it get there to where it needs to be good because Madamus is super fucking smart. All the cool things I like in Decentraland, he seems to have at least kind of glanced at a little bit. So like they'll probably get there, but like it is potentially possible that like they will come to a day where they propose like, hey, we want to do this, and it's like, listen, that sounds dope, but like let's be honest, Decentraland just can't do dope shit. So like maybe we save the monies, kind of a thing. So like, but like you said, it would be very hard because like especially with the last place, because like literally, like you know, I mean, I have a very love-hate relationship with Last Place members, but most of them is love. Like, you know, like you said, Misa's dope, Doc Drip's dope, M's dope. Nikki's got someone hooked Nikki. I think she got her birthday gift Last Slice membership. Rustan's dope, Morph's dope. Like the Last Slice is literally filled with badass people who have like done lots of cool things and like aren't greedy scumbags. There's not one person in the Last Slice that I'd point to and be like, that greedy bastard is just here to shank us and take our loot. So like but that doesn't mean that they're always going to be able to pull off super dope shit just because Decentraland is limiting, which Lastrom will be the first person to acknowledge. So
on that note,
so, yeah.
Mies, you have been patient, but you are a bird watcher, so I know you've got the patience above and beyond the regular person. How the heck are you? Have you seen any good birds lately? And are you participating in the Great Backyard Bird Count this weekend?
Ooh, tough questions. Okay. So, unfortunately, I'm not competing this weekend with the birds. Just pretty much just working on In-World Builder, making some videos. I think one I spent 4 hours on yesterday. So you had mentioned, people making videos for their grants, and so I'm just doing like tutorial videos and stuff like that, and filming them, and trying to make things easier of a process for people that, for a brand new builder that maybe has some things that are different from the existing builder or a different way. And as far as like birds and wildlife, actually I went to the Everglades last weekend. So it was about a week ago, and I was there for 3 days and camped out there. And I got some red bugs, if anyone knows what those are, chiggers. So I got my first chiggers and found out what those were after bites started appearing on my body when I got back. But it was interesting, going out there. I haven't really been out to the Everglades for a while, and there's unfortunately not a lot of wildlife out there. There's almost none. And so what I learned when I was out there was there's a lot of big problems right now in the Everglades, and the government and the local people cannot agree on what the cause is, and they won't do any changes until they try to figure out what it is. But they're not really doing a whole lot to figure out what it is. So out of about 4 different factors. So as of right now, pretty much nothing's being done, which is unfortunate. So there's a few things that cause that. One is they got like 100 cats from Texas. They brought them over to try to get them to breed with the Florida Panthers, since the Florida Panthers are endangered. And what they didn't realize or didn't calculate was the number of deer that were available as their food source. And so what they figured out was that they eat 1 deer a week for each one of these. And if there's a pregnant mom, maybe 2. And there literally was not enough deer for all these new new cats to eat, which was pretty interesting. So that was one thing. Now, some people blame the pythons. I don't know if anyone's familiar, but we have these pythons that get gigantic, almost anaconda size. And so some people think and say that those are the issue. And then other people think that maybe it's because they haven't been doing a good job with land management for burns. So we have like prescribed burns, and a lot of our plant life here in Florida, like pine trees, when a fire happens, regular fires, there's a few things that happen. It can happen in a healthy way, and it can happen in an unhealthy way. So the healthy way is that the underbrush, the lower layers that are called like fuel, the grasses and some of the other things, those burn up. They don't burn too hot or too high, and they don't kill the trees, that have been there and established for a while. And what that does is it does a few different things. It clears out area on the ground for new trees to maybe grow there. And it also, there's certain flowers and certain plants that really they cannot replicate or reproduce and grow without the fires. And so, like one of them, like I said, is the pine trees. And so they heat up and after a fire, and then that's when they are able to actually grow. In addition to that, there's certain flowers that only grow after wildflowers or after wildfires. And then there's certain animals that eat those, that eat those, that eat those. And so, unfortunately, there's so many layers of the food chain that are messed up that there's just not really a clear answer on how to solve the issue. And then the final thing is that we have a lot of sugar here in the middle of Florida, and they've started releasing waters. They release it to the two different coasts that we have, but then also some of that water goes south. And so Everglades used to be just a water sheet pretty much, and the water just be kind of just a little bit of water, standing water, and it would flow from like the middle of the state downward, and then it would go out to the Gulf of Mexico over time. And so that's kind of been changed. There's a million houses that were built since they actually changed the whole flow of Florida and their waters about like 100 years ago or 80 years ago. And so we've been trying to fix all that, but unfortunately, it just hasn't quite worked out. And so this water supposedly is bringing and leaching mercury and some other chemicals that also are maybe affecting the wildlife and their reproductive abilities. So that's kind of the interesting situation that I encountered this last weekend. I mean, we didn't see any zero deer tracks, and we saw almost no wildlife other than some birds. So it was very, very interesting. But it was a blast being out there and being out in nature again. So I was really happy to do that.
You kind of just described Decentraland and the DAO in a nutshell.
I
Like,
did.
there's problems. We don't 100% know if it's the big cats coming in, or maybe the snakes, or maybe everything is just getting washed away by the moving water down, to other platforms. But there's a problem and we have to fix it. So I like that. I like that. I've been seeing a lot on the In-World Builder, and you guys are definitely cooking on that.
Yeah, so
Simple, I'm sorry if I'm talking over people. My signal is bad. I'm at a club right now. I'm on the way home. Just letting you know, I'm gonna grab a motorbike, Uber, and I'm gonna tune in. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Give me 10 minutes. Bye.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that, everyone. That is Chico, possibly a future guest on Beyond the NFT. I was messaging her just now, and she popped in. Thank you, Chico, and yeah, we'll be here chilling, and pass it back to you, Mies or Canessa.
Yeah, well, thank you so much.
Bye. I'm gonna go on mute. I apologize. Just give me 5 minutes.
All right, bye.
So with the In-World Builder, we currently have our competition going on, and we've made some updates, a number of updates since I was last with you on Monday. So what was that, like 4 or 5 days ago now? Which is awesome. And we've been grinding and working hard all week. And, we had over 20 people so far that have signed up for our competition. And for anyone who would like to sign up, we still have signups that are currently open to build and compete and try it out and see all the different objects and 3D objects that we have available. Right now, I think we're at like almost 4,000 total objects or something like that, from the original builder and then ours. And we added about like 600 of those earlier this week. So there's a huge variety out there. In addition, we had some issues with the thumbnails, and that was it was causing delays in objects showing up as far as like in the what you can select from, and we reduced the size of those by like 90% or 95%. And so now they load locally. We got them all, optimized, and it really is a much better experience than what it was before. Because before people would be unable to, you see a white box if it didn't load enough time for you. So now people can actually see the objects and see the previews of those with our 2D renders before they try to place them in our world. And I would invite anyone and everyone here, for anyone who wants to pop in today and come check it out. I'm more than happy to give you all a tour. So what I did was I just posted a link on these spaces to our builder world, and for anyone who would like to join us, we did have our world storming live spaces stream yesterday on Twitter and a few other platforms for an hour, and we had a good turnout. I think we had like 8 or 10 people maybe come out to that, and we just ran around for an hour, and we went and looked at the different builds that we have. Number one, for the competition, but two, other builds that people have put in their own worlds as well. So we checked out like Jared's awesome Leaf realm and world with his Vipe room, and with your Vipe avatar on top, which is super awesome, by the way. I'm really it looks amazing, even in daytime or nighttime. So we did both modes, and it just looks really awesome. So very well done there.
Yeah, I might have had a little help from some talented artist you may have heard of named Rustot, but otherwise, I mean, I did all the in-world building additions, but he did the giant pipe on top. That was it. I should have just taken credit. I think he wanted me to take full credit, but I can't. He's so talented.
He is. Rustan's the man, let me tell you. And he's got some of his artwork in there too. So I don't know if you selected those, but they fit perfectly on the wall, and they look really, really good.
I gave direction and guidance on like, remove these, get me some of your like, beautiful nature art. He then, I think he curated, but I did have, that was, I wouldn't feel guilty taking credit for that, but I did, I let him, have some say, because I don't know if you've ever tried to boss Rustan around, but that is a fast way to getting no results. But if you really nicely ask and suggest something he thinks sounds cool, he's all about
it. I mean, creatively, I can't say I've ever had even the hint of an opportunity to boss Rustan around, because that is a creative genius over there, and like his creativity will reach him way before I could even like put a sentence together on like what I think should happen.
I would agree that it's nice to know my ego does have some limitations to being like, okay, like I'll let you cover this one, Rustan. I don't need to have too strong an opinion here. And I was shocked to find out it had limitations myself, as I'm sure many in the room are also. But yeah, also, it sounds like I should give the in-world builder a try again, since it sounds like you guys have pushed updates since the last time I got frustrated with it and was like, I keep selecting things and getting frustrated because it's, you're working within Decentraland. It's, it's a clunky business, but in like, bugs will happen, and then you're like, why can't I move the tree? I want to move it.
Yeah, but you know what?
You gotta refresh.
I built in a different platform recently, and the same funky bug where like in the traditional Decentraland builder, when you click on something, like you lose the arrow to move it, and then you have to go like resize, like go to reshape, resize back to it, and then it works. And it's so funny because this other builder, does the same damn thing. So I'm like, like it just like building kind of sucks everywhere you go. Like they'll have one little minutia like problem that just, you have to learn, like, okay, I just go left click, right click, move, like go on with my building. But yeah, it's like good perspective to have that ain't nobody got it all figured out. At least not yet.
Yeah. I get frustrated building in any game, so it's definitely not an in-world builder solo problem. It's definitely, when you're stuck in a 3D space with, different controls than the ones you're used to in different areas, it gets, can become, you got to learn. There always is a learning curve in all tools. So, but it's obviously infinitely better to be able to just be in world building things than to, you know, have to go to the builder, do that. So the in-world builder is cool. How much more time is left in that grant? Like how much more room for innovation and bug fixing remains in the vesting contract?
Yeah, we've got a few weeks left, and you know what really the final month mostly is just refining, and so that's really what we're working on. We're going to be adding a few more features, but we've really just been working on refining, getting those additional assets in. Like I said, optimizing those thumbnails. That was a big thing. You know, we're also like right now the duplicate. Just to give you a heads up, like duplicate doesn't keep the dimensions as far as scale. So that's like something we're working on right now this weekend to hopefully get taken care of. And then also, you know, there's some things with like Decentraland that they don't necessarily that we can't really fix. So like there's one thing with like God mode to where like if you click out and you're flying around in God mode, that it's I'm trying to think of the best technical way to say because I don't really know the exact answer. But if you click out of like Decentraland a certain way, then you'll just keep moving in that direction. And unfortunately, that's something we can't really fix, and that's something that's just with Decentraland. So there's like certain things where like if you're in God mode, you're flying around, that you have to keep your cursor in the scene. Otherwise, you may keep moving in a certain direction. So that's like one of the only things I think we've had with that issue. But yeah, I mean, we've really been refining this whole month, and that's what we're going to continue to do. And so, if you see something that you think can be improved, if you see something that you would like to have, please let us know, and we would, we're happy. We want to hear those things. We want to hear how we can improve. And I mean, really, with this grant, I mean, we're building a builder that's it's we're building in world, which there's like 3 other builders, but they're all, or I guess those are clients, but there's multiple other builders that are outside of the world. And so those other builders, they, I'm trying to think how to say this, that they, there's just, I don't know, there's so many, there's different, it's a different way of doing things when you do it in world. And there's different issues that we have encountered that they do not. And so, I think that we did things a lot harder than what some of the other ones have, and while retaining all the features and maybe adding some more on our own. So I'm very happy with what we have and what we've done. I think that with our grant, we've definitely delivered the value that we have asked for, and I'm really excited to see where this goes for the future. And really, just in this world that I linked, I'd put our link in there for in response here to a comment, that if you pop in there, that's going to be our builder world. That's our lobby. And we have, like I said, there's over 20 builds right now that people are working on for the competition. And I think it's really cool to see all the different builds that are out there. Now, I don't want to give anyone special attention or anything like that, but there's some really, really cool ones that people just, it almost looks like they just dropped one custom object in there, or maybe a couple, but it's actually like dozens of individual objects that they put together to make something that's the cohesive and beautiful looking scene. So I would say that so far the feedback has been great. Majority of people have enjoyed their experiences with the in-world builder. My personal experience is, I never really want to build from a website ever again, especially after using the websites and versus the in-world. We did have our buttons. We are still maybe going to change those around. So on the hover or grabbing and placing, so those may change, and they may have changed. Just to let you know, we changed those, I think, about 2 days ago, just to try a few different things out. And so those aren't quite finalized yet either. And so if you maybe have some preferences for that, we'd be happy to hear that. So that's kind of where we're at right now. But really, it's just refining at this point, and then getting our final objects and renders in for those last objects, and that's pretty much about it. So we would love to hear, like I said, everyone's feedback and any ideas for things that maybe are not currently included.
Well, that is
Can anyone use it yet, or do you still need like a Rustan to kind of greenlight you, or some other mechanism to be given access to use it?
So there's 2 different things. So number one, we have a competition going on right now, and anyone can go into that competition. There's signups are in world. You just go into the link that I had put in there, and then there's a pop-up or a part of the UI that's just, it's there when you come into the world. and it says details or sign up for the competition. So that gives people a 2x2 to build on. And there's still probably about like 4 or 5 days left for that, just to give you an idea. And then, we also have, for people that have names, for anyone who has a name in Decentraland, then you are able to get your own worlds. And so each one of those worlds that you can deploy and create in, you can create almost an infinite number or a significant number of scenes within each one of those worlds, which is attached to a name. And so right now, I think there's like 2,400 parcels or something like that for each one of these worlds for someone who has a name. So right now I've got, just 7 different scenes like in my world that I'm just testing out and doing whatever on. But, people could do things to where you do a 20 by 20 and, you create a 400 parcel scene essentially. And then we're going to have it. We don't have it available right now. We took it out just for this competition and for some other things, but you can deploy directly to your worlds. And then you can also deploy directly to Decentraland, to your land, or you can download a zip file of your build and you can have that available as well for the future. So those are the 3 export options. But as far as, most of the builds and most of what's going on in the in-world builder, it does require a name for Decentraland as far as if you want to do the creating yourself. Now, you can have other people that, let's say, if they don't have a name and you want to give them permission or build rights to build on one of your scenes, you can definitely do that. So we have an options menu for the scene information, and you can go in there and just add someone's wallet address, and then they have build rights to build on that scene. So that's kind of what we have as far as availability, and so that's kind of where it is. So if people don't have names, then they may need to do what you did, to where Rustan has the Leaf World, and then he gives you permissions, and then you can do what you'd like on the parcels that are selected and drawn out for you.
Copy that. Well, everyone with a name should go take advantage of it, and/or go hit up Rastan and beg him to hook you up, or Dr. Drip. He's probably got that magic power. He can probably take care of you. See you out there, Doc.
Yeah, I guess this might be also a good opportunity to self-shill. Mies was our guest for Beyond the NFT on Monday, this past Monday, and during the show he did give us a walkthrough of In-World Builder, how to get in there, how to join the competition, and all that type of information. So I will pin it to the top once I get it posted. For those that would like visual representation. Sorry, Jared. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that makes sense. I missed that one. I think I was working and/or sleeping because I had worked. The weekend was crazy. It was terrible. I had to work like a manual laborer, and I'm an old man now, so I was just sore. Or I was losing money in the DG casino. That could have also been what I was doing. I'm not 100% sure. They suckered me in with their contests. I was like, oh, these are great. They're plus EV. I'm making money with my sweet decisions. And it's like, oh, I lost $100. What have I done? Why did I do that? I didn't want to lose $100. I wanted to win a mythic jacket. Damn it. But anyway, sorry, my ADD. But yeah, everyone should absolutely check out the In-World Builder.
Can we just quote that? Like, I didn't want to lose $100. I wanted to win a mythic dragon, because that just sounds like 14-year-old Jared. Like, I want my dragon, man. Sorry, your inner child needed that dragon.
You are absolutely free to quote me at any point. Casinos are bad. Don't spend money you can't afford to lose. But if you enjoy gambling at the casino, please use my referral link in my bio. Shout out to the DG team. I do think that, as people running a casino and building a casino go, they are some of the nicest people. Spicy Prawn, who's like the project manager, like, he's in that casino losing money with me. It's fine. Like, I got slaughtered in a casino comp, and he was like, Jared, I got some ice sitting here if you want to just all in on that and DJ your way back. And I was like, okay, Spicy. And then I did, and I paid him back the money. But like, they're just the nicest people.
That's the nicest person. That's like you go to the drug dealer and you don't quite have enough money, and so you're thinking maybe you'll sober up, and they're like, you know what, I'll front you this time, buddy. Here you go. Yeah, that's a nice person.
No. That is not what Spicy did. That Spicy didn't. That's Spicy. That's not a fair. I won't have Spicy's character besmirched. He's truly, admittedly,
Okay.
admittedly, I think Spicy probably has his own gambling
Please,
problem. I won't deny that.
Please don't tell
but,
Spicy that I said that. That might have been too hard.
Yeah, no.
But the way that you
I would
painted the
never tell
picture,
Spicy
I'm
you
like,
besmirched it.
do we need to maybe
Didn't do a good job.
post some links for like, 1-800 gambling addiction at the top here? Like, we want our friends to be healthy, so.
Not yet.
And we want that mythic dragon. I like the idea of like gambling for a dragon, though. That like totally just feeds my spirit. Like,
well, that is the beauty, Canessa, of the Decentraland casino competitions, is that the person who wins the most money while gambling, you get $250 worth of ice, and you get mythic the Decentraland wearables. So they could be anything. Maybe a dragon next time.
Okay, was my friend Fancy there?
No, Fancy doesn't seem to share that addiction with me. We share many of addictions, it would seem, but it doesn't seem as though he is tempted by the sweet mythics to hit the casino up. But for the record, if you are, it is actually I did the math, and unfortunately I'm too broke at the moment to properly do it, because you need to be able to like comfortably risk $500 and potentially lose it 40%. But there is actually a way to make plus EV betting choices during the casino competitions. So if you happen to be one of those people who likes to seek edges and risk $500 to make $100, so to speak, this is absolutely the kind of environment for you. But I would say that you would need a pretty sizable, comfortable bankroll of money to do something like that, to be responsible about it. So I will be refraining from future participation. I had my little fun, but I've learned my lesson that losing hurts so much more than winning feels good. And I would just I need to buy a new computer. I got things, I got to fix my car, get it taken care of. I got to be responsible. But there is in fact mathematical ways to be a profitable gambler in the current DG ecosystem, because they're spending money to attract users, and their hope is obviously that most people will eventually just degen and be an idiot, as I seem to have proven their hypothesis correct. But again, if you're going to lose money to a casino, they're absolutely the nicest fucking people. The team is they've been in the metaverse longer than I have. They're kind, they're hardworking, they're very sweet, and you can absolutely DM them, "You monsters, you took all my money, how could you?" And that didn't actually happen, but you could DM them that.
And
Spicy would probably apologize.
I concur. Yes, they are really nice. Casino people.
They're absolutely the nicest people who've ever cost me like thousands of dollars in NFTs. In NFTs though, they cost me that money in NFTs, not in the casino.
Yeah, not real money, just NFT money. Like,
Yeah, that was fun money.
Okay, we gotta move to Blease, or I'm gonna start crying. Blease, save us. How are you?
Hey, what's up, friends? Just.
Are you here to talk about gambling, Blease, or gambling problems?
Or losing money on NFTs?
I was gonna talk about In-World Builder and just give Mies a shout out and Sinful a shout out, and kind of just throw something out there, as it's something that has come across me and it caught me off guard. And talking to a couple clients, showing them different metaverses and stuff, and kind of what they are looking for, their look and feel, and what both of them, and this is within the month here, and what both of them really concentrated on was the avatars. They wanted their own complete avatar look. And with one of them, that's where they're actually starting with, is they want their own avatars to be certain characters within the space. And I just want to throw it out there of like, I know we're in-world builders starting and stuff, but being able to have custom avatars that force people to like choose from like a list, you have like a certain set of avatars and say you have 4 or 5 different options. And within this particular scene, you have to be one of these, and you give a choice, because I think that would open up Decentraland and uh, and these
You can do
personal
that.
spaces more, and to have like a completely different look, because I will say like some of them do have like a look. And I was at a fashion week event, and what was like one of the coolest things I've seen is they would show the digital fashion on screen, and then the model would come out wearing it, and it was just so effing cool. But what they were using there was Marvelous Designer, and those designs really I don't think would fit in any with all the physics and stuff that they had in the animations. So these were just like beautiful 3D renderings, but I don't think they were like planning on bringing into a metaverse space. Maybe one day they could hold that kind of physics and that kind of wear, but for this it was just like kind of Marvelous Designer and just building it. But just throwing it out there of avatars, and they are of
Are you saying
importance.
like you as the avatar can have the skins that are provided by the scene, or are you saying that there's like NPC avatars wearing the
No,
skins?
you wearing it.
Yeah, yeah. At Knights of Antrim, that'd be. I know they have that. Like, it's not mandated. You can still just wear your wearables. But if you in their scene, there's one of the buttons on the top of the screen. If you click that, it'll rotate you through. Like, you can be like a shielded, like wearing the full plate mail knight. You can be like an undead skeleton. There's like 3, 4, maybe even 5 different potential outfits, like avatar things you can do, which obviously is, so that the potential for what you're saying is definitely there in Decentraland 100%. So I think that would be cool to, yeah, I think I totally agree that that's a great idea, because obviously basic Decentraland avatars are so, they're boring, they're weird, they're not, no one wants to be that. I could see why maybe some wearable sellers would be like, "Hey, you can't just let them look cool without coming to me first." But I think your idea is dope, and I think that more people should look into how to implement that. For sure.
Would it kind of like the
Yeah, not
same
my
thing?
idea. It was what came to me from other people. So yeah, just passing it along.
Would it be the same thing as what Voxboard has put together? I remember like a while back.
And while I'm up here, I also just want to thank the community for your support. Once again, I know I posted about it, but yeah, it truly meant a lot. Everyone in here, and appreciate you guys, and appreciate the DCL community in whole. Yeah, just meant a lot. So thank you, and great what you're building here in World Builder. So just wanted to take this opportunity to just shout that out. Good stuff.
Thank you, Blease. Could you hear Sinful? I think we've been rugging off and on. I don't know if you could hear him when he was talking.
I can. It shows he's muted. But
oh no. Okay.
Okay, because how about now? Can you hear me? Can anyone?
Can you hear him now? I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Oh no, I don't think Blease can hear you. Blease, Sin was saying, he was asking if kind of like Miguel's Voxboards avatars, like when you walk into the scene and you get on the skateboard, is that right, Sin?
Yep.
One how you converted?
Yeah, there's an option for you to be able to like equip a skin that he had made into like a Polygon NFT.
Yeah,
yeah, and you're right. You don't even need to own anything when you play that game to have. Yeah, you're right. That's another good example of that tech where you get to have a cool redesign. But yeah, I definitely agree with Blease's clients who said that the more of that would be better, because I think it definitely seems very doable since 2 different games are doing it, and I think it would make total sense if, like, when you go to the baby dolls, you could cycle through like 3 of their iconic pieces of fashion, or when you go to a CBD build, because Canessa, you own so many amazing wearables, you could like fashion up some like iconic things for people to be like, oh man, I want to be the angel, Hellslayer of Vengeance. That's kind of what I called your golden winged beauty. It just has that vibe. But
I
yeah,
like
oh,
it.
yeah,
I sign off on
I do
that.
agree with that. But yeah, I also agree it would be dope if In-World Builder incorporated that technology so that we didn't have to learn how to code to make it possible.
I think it'd be fun to play around with that, and I think that also I think nobody's giving fashion enough credit. That there's a reason why when Fashion Week comes around, at least in the past, Fashion Week is a big deal. There's brands ready to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to in various forms
to get their name out there. And I think that we haven't even scratched the surface on digital fashion. Like all of these huge like high-end fashion houses, they're all under scrutiny for like sourcing their materials, who's building, like who's sewing their bags, like is it people over the age of 18 in different parts of the world, or is it people under the age of 18 in different parts of the world? And so they have all this like back end stuff that they have to deal with, and when you transfer to digital, you have none of that. Like they can just make an NFT. Nobody, well, as long as they have people over the age of 18 3D modeling it, I guess. But like there's so much backlash, really, like if you look at high-end fashion, and they don't have to pay for storage, they don't have to pay for shipping, they don't have to pay, like there's a huge like I'm not super fashionista, but like there's so much surplus in the high-end fashion. And so like Marshalls and Ross and like Home Goods, what they do is buy the surplus and then they sell it at their stores for like a discounted price. And so a lot of these high-end brands are like, no, like we don't want to do that because you're undercutting it. So
Louis Vuitton burns their back stock. So
so like you move to digital and you don't have to. And then imagine like with the Apple, the new headset, if you're walking around in world, let's say that you have your, like if I want to have my like, I'm not into high-end fashion, but let's say I want to wear my Gucci jacket. And, maybe in the future, there's some way to code it where when you look at me with your headset, you see me wearing my like Gucci, I don't know, jacket made of like Dalmatians.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea. I mean, that's going to be a thing. You're spot on.
That'll be my thing.
And to speak of the runway things Blease was talking about, Nikki did a version of the best I think DCL could have for that, with the like, the showing the creators and collections, and then having like full-on 3D avatars walking down the runway stage and modeling them. Like it definitely wasn't like as dope as you might want it to be in the perfect Ready Player One finished version of the metaverse, but it was really dope, and it didn't get all the turnout it deserved necessarily, because DCL's so clunky, like there was and everything crashes during big events. There was a lot of crashing for that one, so she had to like make her own world where she was like, listen, you want to have this experience without any crashing, come to the world. So, it's always harder to get people to click links, even in Decentraland where worlds are safe. Because they were still pretty new then, too, though. So I think, people I think are always just more unlikely to leave from one place to another. So, but I bet you that she can, that build probably still exists somewhere. If you wanted to check it out, I bet you she could probably spin it up and you could watch last year's Metaverse Fashion Week runway show. And I think I hope someday she gets to collab with Gucci and whatever the next big brands are, and they come out and have their own actual fashion runway shows. And it's not just her, and all of the creators are that we know and love, like the Dr. Drips and the Dokis, and there's a bunch of, but all your favorites, definitely. I think all your favorite regular Decentraland contributors had a spot there pretty much. But it would be super dope if it was Adidas, Nike, Louis, Gucci. Louis never going to come to Decentraland, though, because if you read the terms of service, they're just absolutely never going to agree to that. They're never going to be like, wait, if they own the NFT, they own the IP? Like, fuck no.
So we just have to hope they don't read it.
Well, unfortunately, Toonpunk, I don't think no longer works at Decentraland. But when I was talking to him about my own IP-related conflict, he told me that he would tell people that no, you still own your IP and blah blah blah. So I honestly don't even think the foundation necessarily understands their terms of use and content policy fully. But yeah, hopefully no one else reads it either. Only me. I'm the only person who reads it. That's the moral of the story. Only one butthurt nerd mad about his glasses has ever read the terms of service for Decentraland.
I mean, I'm sure once I feel some type of way about them using my Mew bubble, maybe one day, who knows? Maybe then I'll shake my fist too.
Well, the reason I know the foundation has never read the terms of use and content policy is because when I was complaining about them using my glasses, they just doubled down on those weren't yours, those were Doki's. When really all they could have said was, this paragraph in the content policy says you can just go fuck yourself. Sorry to disappoint you, sir. Because they do basically have permission to use anything you've ever made in any way they ever want. So Don't. But I'm confident that none of them know that, because if they had at the time, they would have told me. I think only like 10 months later did a lawyer answering the RFI. Oh, speaking of which, the request for information. Nikki actually asked them the question the other day, and it reminded me. It's been up since like January 6th. They're quarterly. I'm assuming it'll be coming to an end. If you have any questions you want to ask the foundation, go onto the forums, look up for the RFI, request for information, and ask a question, and then the foundation will answer it for you. Like they've answered pretty much every question anyone's ever asked. You don't always like the answer you get, because sometimes it's read the content policy and suck it up, Buttercup. But because like I feel like, and I wish Lastrom was still here, because I feel like he's always talking about how he wants, like, more transparency and more answers. Like, that's a great place to go to be like, this is the list of things I'd like some answers to, and like you'll get some answers. But so yeah, anyone with questions? Sorry for that ADD blurting.
Have you cleared your cache, Jared?
I did recently, actually, for a DHG related bug that did not help with, but the problem is I started playing these browser-based games recently, and I always forget that I'm like, so on one computer, for some reason, when I cleared my cache in Brave, it deletes the passwords for Twitter for this business account I tweet for, so I don't like to do it there. But then on Chrome is where I play these browser-based games. When I clear my cache there, it deletes all my save data for these browser-based games I've been playing. I keep forgetting, so I'll put like I'll spend like 20 hours playing this game or more over the course of a month, and then like I'll have one DCL bug that I go to fix, and then I go back to that game and I'm like, son of a bitch, what have I done? No, my kingdom is ruined. But anyway, the moral of the story is, don't play browser-based games. It's 2024. What is wrong with me?
Hey, I mean, I don't know the name of it, but like someone sent me a browser-based game that was supposed to be like blockchain, like a Web3 like shooter game. It felt decent. It felt like Halo 2.
Is that in its style or in its artistic look? Is that
I guess in its style, because like then it reminded me of some other game that I can't remember the name of, which was more of a PS1 kind of game.
Speaking of Web3 shooter games, have you checked out Shrapnel yet? Because like I know you're a shooter guy, and I see Ray's played it, Icy's played it, and I feel like Shrapnel's gonna be right up your alley.
I've heard about it. I haven't played it. Like every time I've tried to sit in like Discord calls with like Brandon or someone else whenever they're playing it, like Harambe, and it seems like it's very crashy at the moment.
I'm willing to believe. I'm willing to believe it is. Yeah, I've heard it's very intensive. I haven't actually played it. I won a few like of their packs, so like I have the light. I have the ability. I don't have their dopest gear kit pack, however you play it, but I've won 2 of them. But I was like looking, or actually someone gave me one and then I won one. But I was like looking into playing it, and I'm like, my internet's just too shit. I would just have bad frame rate and die repeatedly. So if you want to give it a try, I can send. I'm sure we can get you hooked up with a pack to play.
You're gonna delegate me, bro?
I mean, I'll just send it to you. I'll send you the cheapy ones, and you can tell me if you like it, and then we'll. I don't know. I think someone told me they had like a $40 or $50 value, and I'm just like, well, that's not real. That can't be true. I'd never win anything worth actual money. Come on now. So, if you're actually gonna play it, like, and also like, I think we could just. I know between Icy and Ray and all the people they give things to give away, I'm sure we can find someone who will hook it up, because you're a content creator, you're a man of the people. Like if you were you saying something's cool is gonna get at least a couple other people to check it out. Like, you're cool enough to get free shits, man. Come on. But if worst case scenario, I'll delegate you, air quotes, i.e. just
all right. Well, yeah, if I like get it all downloaded, I'll have a chat with you. On a slightly side note, I got my my low poly model /X Nikki Fuego Baby Yoda cat wearable yesterday.
Hell yes. Hell yeah. I keep seeing people posting they want them and stuff, and I'm just like, yes. They're too cute. They're...
Way too cute. And you know what? I haven't even worn mine yet. I'm gonna throw it on. I've been wearing the Mew Chark pajamas for way too long. I gotta send them to the cleaners.
Yeah, my only objection with the skin is that it doesn't hide everything. Because apparently, because as Nikki said, I guess they're gonna update skins to automatically hide everything or some kind of thing the foundation's gonna do. But like, in my opinion, if you publish a skin, you should make it hide everything, because like I hate because now you have the option to unhide things. So like, give you the wearer ultimate control over the aesthetic, so to speak. But also just because when I'm playing games, sometimes I don't like the wearables I have to put on, because it's like, oh, this, like for example, Knights of Antrim, like Trax has these super dope wings that like he co-released with those guys, but they're huge. I like to play third person, and they just block my view. So like I like to try to find a skin that just hides them, because it just makes it easier for me to see the monsters around me, not because they're not very cool. I'm going to make that clear. It's just about utility and seeing things. The Derek wings, you might also know them as, because Derek programmed them and he wears them everywhere. But so in my opinion, skins should absolutely just automatically hide everything by default, and then the wearer can unhide them. And that's my only objection with the Nikki collab. But otherwise, it's fucking dope. It's like a Terminator cat. Like, how can you not love that? And it turns into a Baby Yoda and a flying saucer. If you don't love that, you're wrong.
Yeah, just now when I equipped it, I noticed that like base form, it kept my Deadmau helmet on. So it was basically like, the cat body, mech body with Deadmau helmet.
With the
But then
that's pretty dope. I assume you liked that.
yeah, but then when I turned on the the cute mode, it made everyone else disappear. So now I'm like sitting here all lonely. But I'm cute though, so like.
Yeah, smart wearables still have a ways to go before they're sweet.
Let's see.
Make, we have Make here. What happened? Tell us? Let's hear your beautiful voice.
Oh, hi, Make.
Well, hello, Sinful, Kanessa, and Jared, and the entire DCL fam. How you doing? Great to catch y'all on this lovely Saturday. Just dug myself and my family out. We had a solid snowstorm in the crib, so wanted to check in, say hi. Really looking forward to all things going on. Quick updates just from the B side. We're inching closer. I know our good friend Drip down there has got some help going on, and Rustan. I'm still waiting to do the pretty big test. Gas has been a mess lately, but I am going to move a name over to a Ledger wallet and try and use Delegate Cash. I also have a meeting with Delegate Cash coming up, and I'm really hoping to get some more intel to see.
Did I rug?
Oh, can you?
Yeah, I can hear him.
I can hear both of you guys.
I can come down and up.
And I can hear May.
I'll come down and up.
Yeah, it's been ruggy. Blease, can you hear Sinful now?
Okay.
I can actually.
Okay, so that might help, because Twitter's been. Daddy Musk is mad at us again, so we have to pay the consequences, I guess.
Mic check, 212. Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
All right. So I was saying, I've been waiting for gas prices to go down a little bit, as things have been a little crazy, to move a DCL name into a delegated wallet to see how it interacts with Decentraland. If anybody has any updated thoughts about how that works besides me, if anybody's tested it out, if anybody even has possibly like a linked wearable from the past that they would let me borrow, I promise you I will not run out with it, and I'll send it back.
Oh, I got one. I got the ugliest. I'm sorry. I don't know who made it, but it is the fuggliest of fugly. I'll put it on right now. I don't think anybody local made it, but I'll send it. I'll gladly send it to you, and you could probably keep it. I'm going to put it on right now.
Well, that would be it would be extremely helpful to the process, because it's about time we really figure out if Delegate Cash is truly going to work, or if Decentraland somehow needs to pair with Delegate Cash, because I know recently, and again just through Nifty, but they have Delegate Cash listed on their site. I don't know that that makes them like a true pair or a team, but I'd love to do a test for real. So Canessa, if you have that wearable, I'll send you
Oh
the
yeah.
delegated wallet. I'm going to move over a name to the delegated wallet as well and see how that all works. And fingers crossed, that would be a nice bridge to what's going on. Again, I want to thank Drip and Rustan for the hard work and efforts that they are doing in the background to bring this project hopefully to the next step, which would be connecting the APIs. And I'm sure I'll be begging for some information soon.
Yep. This thing is god awful. If you are not in world, I'm sorry, but oh my gosh, it's Dolce and Gabbana, and it looked cooler. Yes, I paid full price for this. It is my worst purchase ever.
Which one do you have?
Okay, you
I'm not
guys
in
know
world. Describe
Beavis
it
and
to me.
Butthead, right? It's I call it my cornholio jacket. It's like cornholio with like leopard tights wearing a diaper. Yeah, it's that bad.
Well, you know what? I promise I'll give it back. I'm not going anywhere. We don't want you to lose your diaper, but it'd be really great to find out
Yeah.
that the simplest of solutions to not connecting the Ledger Direct would work, right? So fingers crossed. I have managed to delegate a wallet. It does work pretty well. So hopefully that's a one-step hit and we don't have to do anything or talk to anybody, past there, right? So fingers crossed. I'll get that over to you, and just best wishes, family. It feels like everything's going in a great direction. I also was really excited to see some of the stuff on Instagram recently with the phone kind of connecting to Decentraland. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, the mobile client's so dope. Matt from over at KOA has been he found that and he's been posting all the good clips. I definitely agree that that's hype. If you have an Android device, you should be able to check that out. So if you're an iOS user, you gotta wait still.
Standard iOS user in the modern world that we live in. Everything used to work with Macs, and now it's always like, yeah, we'll get back to you. And what about, did I also see now you could log in through, like, there is a Google Meet, like, kind of intermix? Because maybe that would be a solution. When you go there, you could kind of log in through your Gmail.
Yep, now you can log in through Twitter, Gmail, and I think one more. We've noticed that, like, let's say you log in through your Twitter, it creates its own like wallet address. So like, you could like receive wearables and stuff, but the limitation there is, I don't, or at least maybe someone else has figured it out, but I don't know how to, let's say, observe your assets on OpenSea from a Twitter from a Twitter crypto wallet address. Like if you look through Etherscan or Polyscan, you'll, like, let's say you're at True Band Room receiving a show app. Like the show app will come to that wallet, but you can't view it, or don't, or at least I don't know where to.
Okay, so maybe that's not like a delegated thing. It's just like its own creation, maybe something like they did for Reddit. That might be, because that's kind of like how Reddit worked, at least how I remembered it. Like you minted, you went to OpenSeas or whatever, but once it was kind of locked in the vault, that was it. So that's probably not a solution, for at least for the case, that I'm kind of thinking of.
Yeah, it's good for like getting your friends to try out Decentraland for the first time and like give it the vibe, but I don't think good for any like serious Web3 person. If you already have a MetaMask, I don't think it's gonna help you out.
Okay, I was just kind of hoping you could kind of delegate and link like one of those wallets or names to a wallet. I'm really still trying to wrap my head around, because delegate cash does cost money for people, right? And where there are large suggestions to use that for a lot of use cases, it doesn't mean everybody's going to be comfortable doing it. So just trying to kick the can around and come up with solutions.
Totally. It is a frustrating process sometimes trying to get Decentraland to work as we imagine it should. And everything takes time, but as you said earlier, everything is moving in the right direction. It's just not always as fast as we'd like it to.
I actually kind of have rebuttals in that sense, like with Nifty. I think a lot of people were a little concerned, especially wearable makers, hey, if somebody walks out of Decentraland and then puts it into Nifty, and then who owns those assets and how many you make? Or I literally put on purpose a broken wearable, a broken VRM just because I wanted to try it on the Nifty. And again, I like it. It's another way we can all express ourselves and have fun with our friends. But I put up a broken VRM and there was nothing, and I just made one, but there's nothing to say I couldn't have made 1,000 and just kind of screwed people over. So in that sense, sometimes having people in the process and going through it, there are some wins there that do protect all of us.
I will say that I think generally as a community, we all agree that you shouldn't go minting anyone. You shouldn't go minting Nikki Fuego skins. If you own her skins, you shouldn't go doing that on Nifty Island. That's disrespectful. Same for Rooston. Same for anyone. But technically, as written in the terms of service and terms of use of Decentraland, you absolutely have the full rights to do that. Because when you buy someone's, or if you've just given it, as I mentioned in RFI before, I asked these clarifying questions. If someone gives me the wearable, all the ways if you get a wearable in Decentraland, you own the IP. You have the IP rights. It's Decentraland doesn't own the IP technically, though they retain the rights to use it however they want. But by acquiring a wearable, you have the IP. So technically, you are legally protected and allowed to be a scumbag and go and sell Roostom's org if you wanted to. Please, for the love of God, none of you do that. It'd be a shitty thing to do. And which is probably why we should, as a community, focus on trying to get the foundation to rewrite those terms of service to some extent. Since I don't think, that's actually, that's in the terms of use, section 12, I believe. Because I think we all agree, not letting people do that is, better. And that's why I kind of like Vanessa's idea. Hey, maybe we should implement some kind of fee for VRM, so that at least the creators who are having their work taken and brought across the metaverse can use it. Or I think Nikki or someone else had suggested letting creators opt out of being able to be in part of a VRM.
I think
I think that as much.
I think that at least gives the creators a little bit more control of how it leaves the ecosystem, because I think if I stole something from Rooston and went and did it, y'all would see it, you'd be like, hey, I'm a little sus. And because right now we're in the bear market, things are a little slower, but for those of us, just think about 2021, how many wearables were being published every single day, and how many of those were hacked from the original GLB file that the Decentraland, the L1s were made. How many of those damn shoes did we see get stolen and reskinned? And then the people who shall not be named that took stuff off of Sketchfab and sold it. I think if we are building for a future really busy market, like a bull run or some other whatever external catalyst, it's not going to be enough just to be looking for your work in other places. I think if you can export it to Nifty Island, well, what's to say that there won't be tech in 2 months to export it from Nifty to Gateway Island, and then from Gateway Island to I don't know, Puppy Dog Island. I just think that the whole, it's once you let it out of the box, you can't rein it back in, which I don't make my own wearables. My hair, I paid Doki to make that. So it's not my skin in the game that I'm worried about. I'm just thinking if I was a wearable creator, I would want I'd at least want to have a say in it. And so to lose that IP, plus I think I still Coca-Cola, right? They made the t-shirt way before VRM exports were a thing, and so they probably signed that original antiquated license agreement. And so like when you suddenly have tech to export your designs and export IP, like anytime probably in the real world that you can export IP from one place to the next, you probably have to have a legal form protecting you. And that's where, I've been a lawyer for 10 seconds now, so I don't really know, but it just seems like this is setting the stage for really good news stories about stealing IP in Web3, but I don't know.
The one interesting thing that's kind of come up over the last couple weeks was actually from the Vipe team and Syntex, if I have that. I always manage to butcher his name. But he said there's a lot of data you can put in when it comes to the VRM creation, and maybe during the export process or during the wearable process, the rights get put in and baked, like who the designer was, who that design was for, like Kinessa's hula hoop, this is made for Kinessa and it was made by, say, Nikki Fuego, and these are the rights that we have. If we bake them in to the export and have them kind of like another layer of data available to people, at least so that understanding is aware, and then when other platforms such as Nifty or other places where they're like, you get to go and run there, maybe in the future you can mint in these other places too, at least those settings and that understanding is available. I think that'd be a great first step without changing the entire wheel.
Yeah, and I think it's actually just, time for us to grow up. Like I think a lot of there's some wearable creators who do have terms of service that they have, buyers sign before you get something, which for me I've always just done Discord DMs like, hey, cool, can I have this? I'll pay you this much, and they know I'm gonna sell it. And other ones that I'm like, I'm not selling this, it's strictly for my own use, they're like, okay, cool, but I think that's all very friendly because that person's a friend. It's Doki, right? They're a friend. And so I don't, she hasn't asked me to sign anything, I haven't sent anything, but really, I guess it is, like I said, we kind of have to grow up and be like, okay, I'm just going to send you over this terms of service form. And I don't know, this is such a weird wild west that we just don't know how it's going to progress. And I don't know, I didn't see this coming, where you can export stuff and who knows who owns what. But it's also just not a Decentraland problem. That's a Web3, these are moral Web3 issues that aren't just unique to Decentraland. This is everybody. This is NFTs. Make what happened this week in the Beast community. What happened when somebody did not read the IP of their Beast, and ouch. Make sure you read the IP of your NFT, because if you think that you own all the rights and you can do whatever you want with it, no, you can't. A kid called Beast is a kid, like our little beasts, they're kids. So don't put a kid on something that is not appropriate for a kid. My Beast should never be running around in a, I don't know, whatever.
Did someone make an S&M Beast?
No. They just put they put a Beast on something that they were going to sell, something that in some places it's considered a drug, in other places it's not considered a drug. And CBD, I used to sell it, so I understand. It's depending on where you are in the world, it's something different. But in the terms of service, it very clearly states what you can't use it for. So I think as we're buying Beasts and Vipes and CloneXs, if you're going to build that and build your brand around it, go read those terms of service, because it was unfortunate to see. It was just unfortunate to see this happen. So, whether that's not a Decentraland issue, that's a bigger picture issue. But if you're gonna buy somebody's NFT and use it for your own use, I don't know, it's just read them again.
This makes me now realize what, in the Vipe, on the Vipe.io website for your Vipe Heroes, there's a list of things you can do, because you can basically do anything with your Vipe, but it specifically calls out sexual content. Okay, and I always thought that was weird. Why is this being specified? You say I have full rights, that seems fine enough. Why? First off, I just couldn't even fathom someone thinking a Vipe was sexy in that way. But but I
don't
now
know.
I understand why
Have you been to?
they're like, hey, just so you know, you can do whatever.
Yeah, actually, I'll be quiet. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. Yes, please, you've got your hand up, or Argent. Sorry, I do not know who had their hand up first. I think maybe Argent.
It was for sure Argent
Okay.
because I felt guilty talking
Okay,
over Argent
yeah,
first.
let's hear from Argent. How are you today?
Hello, hello. Well, I'm working at the same time that listening all of you. Very interesting conversation as every Sunday, as every Saturday. And my thing is related to that of the IP in the Decentraland and the data and so on. It's true that, for example, if you are exporting GLTF, you can actually say or BRMs, you can actually say or embed some data directly from lender, for example. Some marketplaces allows you as the artist to also put more data. For example, some XYZ allows me to put a little bit of data on it, a part of the regular information. But even when, for example, you as artists, you said that your artwork, you hold the IP and blah blah blah. The contradiction it can be when you are in a marketplace where it's not respected. So if one of the doses in the Decentraland says that by uploading your art into the Decentraland and selling it, you're gonna lose the IP, it can be an issue. Also, there's another thing with wearables. We are treating them as fashion items, or are we treating them as art pieces? Because fashion items are considered um, it, functional. So as they are considered a functional thing, there's no, it's what it does. Let's say that fashion designs are not as protected as for example, other kind of designs that are not.
But you can't buy a Louis Vuitton wallet and then go and manufacture a million Louis Vuitton wallets and sell them without, getting, potentially in trouble with that.
Yes, without putting the brand. The fashion world, the only thing for the brands that are working in the fashion world is the trademark, is the logo mark, So, for example, you can actually do a Nike design, but don't put that is Nike. You put the other name, So you can actually, that's what Zara does, for example, with, Zara copies or started as a brand that was copying the designs of high fashion and putting them available to regular folks. So that's why Zara grew up that big. So question here is, well, how we evaluate, because if it's an NFT art piece, the wearable, it should be protected as an art piece. If it's a fashion thing, a fashion wearable, it should be, well, protected as a fashion item. So it's important to have that in mind, and not only that, maybe ask also a better doses to understand if what we are collecting is an art piece, which the advantages also as well for when you do your taxes and all these things. That is not the same inverting in art that inverting in just fashion items. It's not the same value. And that's something that maybe we should clarify, or at least give the option to the creator to say, oh, well, this is a fashion item, so for if you collect, the taxes will be this, and you can use on these terms, like more clearly. And you can also, as if you also can, as an artist, uh, put it in there, like, no, 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 this is not a fashion item. This is an art piece, that you wear. And yeah, then the collector has other benefits when they do their taxes out. So that's something interesting to consider.
I was gonna say, as you were talking, Argent, I think it's important. I love like talking about the nuances. Like, is it fashion or is it art? Like, just on a aesthetic, philosophical side, I love that thought. But on the tax side, like when people are regularly, claiming NFTs on their taxes, that's going to be a big one, because I think there's going to be a lot of conversation about, like, no, this is not like art, this is fashion, or maybe the laws are like in favor of like, oh, this is not fashion, this is art. But definitely I think that we're just going to hear more and more and more and more about that, because it's so hard to define art.
Well, it's not. It is defined by the artist, which is easier. I was talking about with a lawyer firm from New York about that, especially because if with NFTs, because NFTs, if they are not marketed as art, then they fall into the other category, securities, and it's very, very different than for your taxes as collector.
Wow, tell us more. Like, that is amazing. Actually, probably should research that more.
Yeah, it's something that a lot of people does not know, and also for the artists and the other community that wants to protect whatever they are doing with, to be more secure and protected. I find out that very few people knows about the contract that involves the RC. Well, I'm super bad with saying the name, so I'm gonna open the RC or EC, or let me open it. It will be better and faster. Yes, ARC 2981. As artists and also collectors, we should prefer this contract. This contract is including both the regular standards, the ERC 721 and the ERC 1155, that I think in the Decentraland we are having 1155. But I'm not sure. But the thing is that as when you do your taxes, or you want to do your taxes and so on, to ensure that you are collecting an art piece, this contract can help, because this contract, what does is to ensure that intellectual property stays, is the royalty things is known by the NFT royalty standard. in the Ethereum.org, you can find this information. And while you are with this standard, the good thing is that no matter what piece, for example, no matter if your piece are put in another marketplace, that marketplace should endorse this contract. And with that, how helps to the collector to ensure that what the artist is doing is really an art piece, so it's better for your taxes. I hope to have explained that better. That okay for the people to understand, because it's a little bit complicated. But let's say that there's already something that ensures at a certain way, for example, in front of the USA Treasury or whatever, that what you're collecting is indeed an art piece. Not only because the artist is saying, no, yes, this is an art piece, but also for the collector. And we don't know these things quite much. And we should ask these questions to make sure that what we are collecting is not a security, but an art piece. And, well,
not all everything on the blockchain. I feel like can't just be blanketly prescribed to be a security. Like wearables have like a utility and a function. Like it is a wearable. If you buy an NFT that comes with a VRM file, that is like a game ready asset. Like that is a usable product.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the definitions can't just be art or security, right?
No,
that seems like
it is. So far it is, and that's why I was saying that of the fashion. If it's a fashion item, it probably falls into security. So that's why I was.
But shirts aren't secure. Like how can that? I mean, like I don't get me wrong. I know that like the government's stupid and makes bad decisions, but I just can't. I can't see that like that legal claim withstanding like a great deal of like scrutiny or like appeals.
I don't know. Yes, I really
but
don't
there's no
know.
way a VRM file you can use in a game as a security. Like I didn't buy my my Vipes because I expect them to do work for me to resell it. I bought the Vipe because it comes with like insane like 3D files that I didn't have to make and I can just instantly use, and it's sweet.
That would be my question,
Surely,
Jared. It's like, how would you even categorize something like a Vipe that's fashion, but it's utility? You can use it in a game. Like, I mean, they're going to have to rewrite the standards of what that is, because it has so many different purposes.
Well, the Vipe is currently an art piece. So it falls into art piece category because what they did is to create a character and a world. It's not just a PRM. Is they have a lore, they have a complexity. So that's also important to have in mind when you are collecting a Vipe. Is even.
But like, how can a digital jacket be a security? Like, how can my my Nikki Fuego skins be a security? Or that just I mean, like I believe you that legally what you're saying is true. I just feel like the people who define the law are idiots. Like I'm not calling you. I believe what you're saying is accurate. It hurts my head to believe it's true.
Well, one of the things, that's why I was addressing this contract. And not only that, also it's important to know if the artist is defining, or the creator is defining themselves as artists, and that what they are doing is art, or defining themselves as a brand. Just a brand, I mean, like a fashion brand in this case.
But like you can buy Nikes, and Nikes will gain value because of the like rarity or scarcity or demand.
Yeah,
like that doesn't make a pair of Nikes a security. So why would my like digital shoes made by Nicky
How
Fuego, the
is
brand,
yeah?
become a security?
That's I don't know because I'm not a lawyer, but
Yeah, I mean,
but
you're right. Not your fault. You're definitely not. Yeah, you're just telling me the facts of the law, and they make me mad because they're dumb.
and the thing is, it's important how the artist is defining the work. In also, for example, in the night thing is falling into collectives, and what would that be? Because not all the things that you can collect are are how you do your taxes for collecting things, because one thing is that is getting re-evaluated and gain like more like more money, for if you sell for example, the Nikes. But that means what means for your this is my question. What means for you when you are doing your taxes when you have a Nikes and you sell the Nikes? How you do that? Because you don't put that as art. How you mark that?
I would just, I've never sold Nikes at a high enough value to think to put it on my taxes because, I guess I'm a tax fraud now that you brought it to my attention, I guess. But excellent, a good question. It just feels like it can't be so black and white that it's either art or it's a security. That just feels like very poorly. There has to be like middle ground for that, but because I don't know. But yeah, it's a very complicated topic that I'm not prepared. I would have to do so much more research to have even intelligent questions at this point. So I will try to be quiet going forward.
So I guess as far as the Nike selling goes, like I've had a few friends that are like really like sneakerheads, collect all the Nikes and sell all the Nikes on whatever the fuck. Um, some of them they just like they just sell them and don't claim them because I'm guessing it was like under $10,000 worth of sales, so like it's not worth it for them. But then there's others that have like put together like LLCs and they will sell them under that. I don't know if that answers any questions.
Yeah, it seems like that's how they would do it. I know in other spaces, like Web2 spaces where I sell stuff, it's like as long as you keep it under, this magic number, then you don't have to, claim it on your taxes. Like eBay, if you're selling, your outgrown, I don't know, whatever, like something, and you're making $300 a year, you don't have to claim that. But if you're making over 10 grand a year, then you do. So I can imagine that there'd be similar rules to that. But I like you said, the difference between an artist and I was gonna say maker, like an artist and a brand. I'm thinking like Dr. Drip comes to mind, or Bleece, like where you guys have your wearables that you're selling and that's your art on it, but then you also have the brand, and it's like, how, I don't know, like, I mean, just I'll always side with the artist. Like, how do you separate the artist from the brand?
You
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't separate. It's just that your brand is on art. That's the difference. Maybe I was like saying artist and brand, not defining it very well, but I was meaning that it's not the same thing having a brand for art that having a brand for anything else on your taxes. Um, and that is something that as collectors, because for example, for artists it's easy. For artists, I say my brand is about art, so my taxes are these ones. But as collectors, when we collect, sometimes we don't need, that's not clear. And then it can happen that of the Nike example that you were saying, that you have to sell it at a the number, because then you know that you will have to do the taxes, and then you know that you are not going to get back money from those nights that you sold at over at that major price, that for example 200, you know. But if it's an art piece, yes, they are going to give you something back or something like that. That's what I understood. That happens in not only your country, but for example in mine.
I would love to walk into H&R Block and start telling, Janice, who's going to do my taxes, that these NFTs were bought, these DG NFTs were bought for the art, and they are art pieces and nothing else. Like, I don't even know who I'd get. Janice is going to quit.
No, like, come on. That's not a lie. That's exactly why we bought them.
Well, I'm thinking of the Yeezys.
Infinite wealth.
I'm thinking of the Yeezys, who, like Sauce did have to go back and change the design because they were too close to, Mr. West's
Still
design. I know. Well, I still think,
still makes me sad.
I think the DG could have been the sacrificial lamb. I think that any publicity is bad publicity, even getting sued by Kanye, but they didn't take my advice, and here we are today.
That would have been dope. They should have absolutely said, yeah, the DCL's legal team's a bunch of cowards, but
I think that was DG's legal team too that were like, okay, we submit. But yeah, it was
it was a collective effort,
told
collective work.
Yeah, sure. But instead we got
another person. I would assume that what happened was that the foundation legal team reached out to them because Adidas was getting onboarded into Fashion Week, and they're like, hey, wait a minute, we were looking around, we can't help but notice. These are our shoes. But anyway, I don't know. I'm just guessing. But Blease's hand's been up forever, and I just keep asking questions, so I'll stop. I'll try to stop. I can't make any promises.
Yeah, Blease.
Clearly.
Blease, the mic is yours.
Oh, we moved on a little bit from the conversation, but did want to just bring up a couple points. When we just kind of loosely say the word NFT, that just applies to the smart contract under it. That does not apply to any digital asset like image or 3D asset. So that would fall under copyright and IP law. And that is different for every country. So are you just assuming that it's United States and it's a United States artist, or what country is this in? And an example of this is that recent game with the Pokemon. They were able to copy that because it didn't fall under Japan's law, and they could therefore create these imitations of these characters and create a whole game. And so when we upload these assets and stuff, what we have to consider is that there's no international copyright law. Each country has their own, and you would have to register that art piece with each country and abide by their laws. So if someone were to copy it and take it from you, you better have the money to lawyer up, and you better have Bored Ape Yacht Club money to actually go and actually pursue that, because if you don't, then they're going to get away with it, and you're up to the platform then maybe deplatforming. But they're able to copy that because it's not an actual, like when you say NFT, it's only applying to the smart contract. That is not applying to any visual that you see. There needs to be that separation when we talk about what is actually non-fungible in this instance, because you can right click save these images or upload them to other platforms that are outside of the artist's intention. If you create something and you're creating it, exactly what you're saying is that's your brand, okay, and you've got to, I guess, respect the brand or whatever artist that you're talking about, because they created that, and they created that for a special purpose, and to, I guess, and it's not written in there, and there's a lot to still be said. And if you were I bought an actual canvas of an art piece years ago that came with a certificate of authenticity, and so that I have to keep with the art piece because it significantly increases the value of this art piece. And on this certificate of authenticity, I can also add where it's been shown, and kind of adds like the provenance of like, oh, this was shown in this gallery. I would like to see that in some of these smart contracts to say, hey, this was shown in this gallery, this was done in this thing, and we did this event and it featured this piece, to be able to put that in the smart contract, because I definitely think that's something that's missing, because there's a story to be told with these NFTs. And there's a lot that makes people hesitant to want to come in, because it's like, okay, this is just a digital asset. This is under copyright law. That means just for United States. That doesn't apply to other countries. And we're in this digital Pangea, and that's how I look at this. And like, new laws have to be created of like recognizing, and they've been slow crawling even since like the birth of the internet. Like, we haven't established these, and it just continues to be a furtherance of a problem. And we're seeing that with AI, of them taking certain pieces and using it. It's like, okay, this is a problem for United States, but it's not a problem for other countries. And it's like, can you afford to have that, even have that talk? So we're at a very, yeah.
Well, first, yes, there is the Digital Millennium Act that is around the world, but and it's very old and protects your rights and blah blah blah. But as you said, one thing is that it protects your rights and so on, etc. And the other one is how feasible an artist, especially an indie artist, can afford to demand to put a, like a bring to the judge that right that you have. That's the difficult part. Each country also has its own little legalities, and mostly of the thing is that, for example, when you are in the Decentraland, what we should look at is because we are selling in the platform that is its origin, and it's based in Argentina, right? So it's not in the United States, it's in Argentina. So the laws are applied to where the marketplace that you're putting your artists and where you are based. So, for example, if you are selling for Second Life, then is you know that they are based in San Diego or San Francisco, I don't know, but it's United States, and LA laws about that. So if you are based in Japan, they have another type of laws, but that does not mean that they are not protected. Also, is how they understand the difference between something that it can be an art piece that, as you said, we should put more that of the to give more feature, to give more not only authenticity, but that deserve thing, no? To put that information of where was displayed and etc. etc. I think that would be so dope idea, and I think that's all. Sorry.
Well, not to change the subject, but Nikki Fuego submitted a proposal because, if you all remember, she had suggested ages ago to do a new category in Decentraland for wearables, like a 50 count category, instead of mythics and legendaries that have add exotics. And I guess as part of getting this actually finally into existence, the foundation had requested that she, get this final stage passed, even though I don't understand the logical reason behind that, since, as we all had discussed earlier, Canny, they do whatever they want. They have control. But anyway, anyone who has VP and thinks that having a new 50 count collection size makes sense should go and vote on that proposal. I know Canessa already has. I saw that, but Sinful, you got some VPs sitting around. I'm sure there's a few whales have been in and out of the room who you can all go remind. But I think there's no good reason to not have some more different options. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. I've been holding on to that for like 20 minutes. It's the longest I've ever gone without blurting out a thing. So please, do you think it's a good idea? Hit it up.
I think it's a good idea. I wish we also had 5, like mints of 5 at a time, because sometimes 10 is too much. 1 isn't enough. Like, but I don't know. I think 100,000 is way too much. 50's good. 50.
100,000 was so optimistic. It's just I respect that they had that. Like they're like, no, we're gonna need 100,000 someday, and I hope that's true. But man, right now it sure feels. And one of my favorite items I have right now is a common that only 5 have ever been minted of, because DJ Sauce has got the DG sauce. Man, now I want to know what DG sauce would look like and sound like. But anyway, yeah, I think I agree with you. More options is better. Honestly, I don't know how the blockchain works. I don't know why there can't just be a sliding scale where you just go like, I want there to be 7. Nope, 16. Like, why do we have to?
I think that'd be nuts.
Have such a
I mean, I
rigid
think
rule?
we can't even come to like any. Like, that'd be nuts. That'd be crazy. I mean, I think at some point the human brain does want order in the chaos, or maybe it's like the German side of me that's like, no, I need shit in like 6 different colors. Colors directly relate to the mint size, and if it's not like that, then oh my gosh, I'm gonna spontaneously combust. I agree. I think that would be awesome. I think it'd be cool to have
There
like
could be
your lucky number. Like
ranges.
13 of these have been minted. Only 13. Because if you want to do something special, you'd have to do 100, and then you only mint 13 of them out. But there's that latent possibility that you could come along and then mint the other, I don't know, what's the math? 87 of them.
Yeah, well, and I wish there was a better way to visually display when, like, cause like I know Odd Job in the past, like another artist have, like they go and they buy ones off the floor and they burn them, or like you minted so many and then you just burn the rest, and like it should just be much easier for consumers to be able to tell that kind of information, because like I think that makes items more appealing and more interesting when you know like, oh, there's only 3 of these. Like some of the L1s, for example, are some of the only ones that are truly set in stone, besides the ones artists have burned themselves. But you're like, oh, like,
yeah.
I know Morph has like, some sweater. There's 4.
No, I have the rarest L1. I have one that there's only 2 of, and only female avatars can wear it. And it's not nearly as cool as Morph's jacket, but there were only 2 minted ever. And so
I mean, I think that honestly, it's the female Halloween one. I'm trying to.
It is. It's
not the drag. It's not the Frankenstein one. It's the like. I know there's like a brand name for it that I'm sure Decentraland.
There's the Joker, the Harlequin. I mean, I just think that I think it just it says a lot that the rarest L1 only a female avatar can wear. But what can I say?
And you own it. And the other one is probably in some cold wallet that hasn't been
cold
in years.
Wallet.
So really, you just own the only one that is ever going to see the light of day, because that person lost their keys in 2021 and hasn't come back.
Yeah.
But yeah,
but I don't know.
But anyway, everyone go support the 50 counts for sure, because we all agree that's a good idea, even if my idea for total chaos is apparently a little more controversial.
And Make, I just sent you this fugly, literally the fuggliest wearable in my wallet. I just sent it to you. Like, I don't need anything for gas. It kind of feels good getting it out of my wallet. If you don't send it back, it's okay. They're selling for like $10 on the market, and so I
gotta go look at that Dolce collection.
I don't know why I bought it. I don't know why I bought. I know why I bought it, because it looked cool. And like, you guys remember Cornholio, right? Like when Beavis put his shirt over his head and put his arms up and said, "I am Cornholio." Okay, that's it. Yeah. But it's wearing diapers and leather, like leopard print. I don't know. I guess wellness check on me, because I don't know why I bought it. There was a beautiful collection. There were so many pretty pieces. But I bought the sleeping bag maggot that goes over my head. I look like a leopard print maggot with diapers.
That is not a flattering conclusion.
No, and now Make has it. So
Yo, you Christian, bro. You know what you did. The fuck?
I can't find that collection on OpenSea. I guess I have to go to my
Yeah,
wall. I
it's
do own one of those.
well, I
pieces.
just sent it to
Hey,
Make.
baby.
Now Make is
Come
the
on,
poor
pull up,
soul, the poor sucker that owns it. It's so like those are the
Because that was the one that had like there's like 15 or 20 different wearables in that collection, right?
yeah, and most of them were like Slay approved, as the kids nowadays say. They were like edgy and sexy, and I'm sorry that this. What was I thinking? How did I think this was gonna look good? I don't know. Now I'm looking at it. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, maybe the diaper was like less pronounced on the thumbnail, and the legs are skinny. Like they contorted the legs, so like they're. If you look at the thumbnail, they're proportionate, but when you put it on in World, they're like skinny chicken legs. Make is coming back up. Did you get it, Make? Oh my gosh.
Is
No,
that
I want
from
to
the
see a
Dolce and
picture.
Gabbana Disco Drip collection?
It's the disco drip. Yeah, it's
Oh,
see,
did
Funky
you say it's
Gamer.
the one with the cheetah legs? Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the photo on OpenSea doesn't look that bad.
No, it
but
looks like somebody's wearing this cool hoodie. It's just like when you put it on, it's more like Cornholio, like Beavis
for
puts
the
his
record,
head.
the floor on that is $97.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know it was nine. What? Last time I
Now,
looked,
if
it was
anyone's actually
$10.
buying it, who knows? But the floor is currently. Well, let's look
Oh
at the
my
history.
gosh.
One of
If
yeah,
somebody
about
wants,
21 days ago was the last time anyone moved one, and it sold for way less than it sold
yeah,
for.
I don't know. Last time I looked,
third
it
of
was
that.
$10. See how it looks like a thong on the picture, and they have hips.
Yeah, that
they
the
don't
wide
have
shot,
hips, and it's a diaper.
Yeah,
This is like one of those Pinterest, like, you saw the cake on Pinterest and then you tried to make it and it turned out different. Like, this is one of those situations where the picture on OpenSea, like, I am so sorry if somebody made this. Like, there's a creator out there that I'm so sorry. It just didn't translate to the Decentraland avatar.
I appreciate you tried, but
yeah. Make
didn't get there.
what did it get? Do you have this beauty in your wallet now?
I'm sure going to check. I'm actually getting ready for some company, but I just wanted to thank you. I'm really excited to do the tests. So it's an NFT, and then it works as a linked wearable. That's going to prove. We're going to find out what happens, and if not, we're going to find out how to solve it. I know this has been a long time coming, so I cannot thank you enough for the opportunity. And honestly, $97 gas money, whatever, it's in safe hands temporarily.
It's all good. It's all good. If I got to take one for the team, I'll take one for the team. I have an awesome picture of this in Rustan's prison that he used to send you to, and it's like me in this right behind him, and he's got this scared look on his face, and I've got this like evil look on my face. So that's kind of like what's seared into my memory. But I'm sure the fashion people of the world are like, they would judge me. They'd be like, look at her cretinous ways. She doesn't even appreciate art, so it is what it is. I don't know what this is. I don't think it was art or fashion. But it is what it is. Have fun, Make. I hope you're doing something awesome with the family, a long ways away from a Wi-Fi connection.
I'm sure going to try. There is going to be some ski. We are going to officially touch grass for President's Day. I am so excited. Trying to peel back the layers of my obsession with being on Twitter 24 hours a day, but just know we are here for y'all. We love y'all, and I really hope this next part works. We're going to find out how Delegate Cash really works with DCL, and if not, maybe there's an opportunity to connect Delegate Cash with DCL. I know that might be, there's a lot more to figure out. We also have a meeting with them, I think later next week. So I'm hopeful if there are any issues, maybe there are some solvable issues as well. And this is going to give me a ton of data for the rest of the family. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I recently, voiced some of my opinions just to other people, and hopefully they get back to people that actually make changes around here, just of the importance of having like fully operable VRMs in Decentraland. Like I think that is 100% the utility of like PFPs that we didn't like. I didn't realize. Maybe you guys all did, and I'm just like so the last one to get it. That we have to wear our PFPs. Like I look at everything that's going on with Yuga Labs and Apes and Moonbirds, and oh my gosh, then I look at Vipes and I'm like, dang, that mint that turned out pretty well. Like, you got that one right, Kanessa. But because I think people are just they're gonna just, it's not demand, but they're just gonna require you to be able to have your PFP do 5, 10, 20 different things. It's not going to be enough just to look at it and be like, yeah, I'm part of this group, I'm cool. Like, you're going to have to wear it, you're going to have to walk through its room, you're going to have to, you know, be able to build your whole brand behind it, you're going to have to put your real world stuff out with that on the cover of it. So I think that if Decentraland doesn't do that, then that's cool, but there's going to be 1,000 other places that will. And I think that is, not to say competitive edge, like to be relevant, every platform will have to have VRM capability. That's all. Like, we don't have to, but if we want to stay relevant, we got to.
Well, we always can, you know, like the only if we want, for example, vibe in Decentraland right now, what you can do is a full body rigging to the skeleton of the Decentraland, and then you will have it. But of course, that's only available to creators like that knows how to rig, you know. So yeah. By the way, on this martes, how do you say martes in English?
Like on these
Tuesday?
matters?
Tuesday?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
This Tuesday, open to creators in El Cafecito Discord server. We're going to know a bit more on how to mint avatars with things from Polygonal Mind and Vibe on their platform. So that's also good, because I don't know, you know, that Vibe, it's not only that you have a Vibe, but also all the put in motion of the rebranding of crypto avatars into Vibe. It's also a very, very cool thing. And one of the things that now we can do is to upload and mint with them our own collection of avatars that can be then used in other places like Nifty Island and etc. So you are all invited. The only thing that you need is the invitation to El Cafecito Discord server, but later I will put it on the CBD channel. See, yeah, okay. Is that okay, Sifu?
Yeah, definitely okay. Sorry, Kanessa could have answered too. I was halfway through yawning when you asked if that was okay.
Don't all the CBD people have Vibe? You should all be down. And if Sinful, if you don't, you're the only one I feel like who doesn't have a Vibe.
I'm one of those low key Vibe holders. Like, I hold a Vibe, but I don't tell everyone I have a Vibe. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, Brandon tells enough people for both of you, so that's okay. You guys will be fine.
Exactly.
And
I
CK
just let my
has
friends
enough
talk
to
about
share with everybody, so they got that on lock. So, but
Yeah.
the moral of the story is, I feel like the CBD community and the Vibe team, like they're all on the same page. There's no jealousy there.
Oh yeah, we love each other. We hang out with each other all the time, and we're always telling each other how great we all are.
Yeah, Sinks is a gem.
Oh yeah, he definitely is. And funny as shit. I don't know if you've ever like sat in a Discord call with him before, but like he'll like do the funniest shit. Like, let's say like we like crack a joke or something that like becomes like a like a internal joke, and then like literally like you'll hear him like giggling in the background, and like I don't know, 10 minutes later he'll be like, "Look what I made," and it's like a full animated video of like the joke we just had.
I believe it. No,
They would just
he's definitely a funny dude. I agree with that. He's got a good sense of humor. Nice guy.
yep,
Runs a good
fantastic.
community. I respect how he does business. Props to the Vipe team, because you know how hard it is to
Yeah.
get me to say nice things about people.
And Meg, I see your hand is up. Did you want to take it away?
Yeah, and I'll keep it brief because I know we're getting ready to shift. First of all, thank you, Sinful and Kanessa, for always coming through for us, keeping us aware of what's going on, keeping us bound together. Thank you very much. You know, I think with the evolution of everything going on, and I know I've pounded the table a little bit about this, but it's starting to become clear, and maybe I just don't understand that I know that there's a contract, I guess, that happens if you delegate your land over to someone else. But I still think, and CK, again, I'll pound the table and say, started this concept in my head. I really think the answer to bringing in collections and making the process easier for Link wearables would pretty much go like this. If you approve, say, Vipes, and I am a Vipe holder, or if everybody comes in and says, yeah, we'd love to have you guys, right? Their project contract would go into almost like the builder, right? And say, hey, here we are. We have approved this to happen. And then you would upload those assets, whether it was 1, 40, 100, through the uploader, right? It would see that contract just like the builder would do and show that you have land. And then from there, you could then approve a wallet to get those, and it would be like a one-step pop. It's like, oh, this contract, this project is approved to be on here. Then when you log in, you'd say, hey, do you have this asset? The answer would be yes. And then it would be like, what wallet would you like to delegate or send to connect to Decentraland? And then you would have the operation. It would really make this an easier process instead of having it be that, a project has to build out an API to connect to Decentraland and then, wait to get all these things in place, and then the final connection happens, and it would take away the need for something like Delegate Cash. And I think this evolution that's happening, and now that we're seeing how powerful it is when a bunch of collections have the opportunity to come in and how that populated basically Nifty Island, I think it's a real no-brainer, and I truly believe the answer is in the building contracts and the delegation of land. I think that would be a hell of an easy way to extend that to collections. Like I think we would have been done, besides the art and the da-da-das, it would have been such a cleaner process if all we had to do was have that, hey, we are this collection. We have been authorized to use this build. That contract gets written in, and then the people who come in file down the line. I'm sure there's a developer or two in here somewhere who would say, yeah, well, that's not how the builder works today. But if we're going to make these changes, I would love to run around as my Vipe too. And I think they are Decentraland. They have Decentraland's best interest in mind. How easy would that be if there was a one approval for a contract built in instead of API callouts, like the proposal that came out a few months ago, which really ruffled some feathers emotionally, personally, about why a lot of Link wearables do not work anymore. It's because of how fast the API, how often and how fast API calls happen on small project servers. It's like a lot of these projects who have Link wearables, we barely know anymore, and we're asking them to rebuild the ship to make it even faster and tighter. And I think the way this evolves with the limited amount of devs and how hard it is to get devs to do work from teams, we're just like fighting a battle that doesn't need to be had. And I really think the solution is found somewhere within the concept of the builder and the uploader.
I'm not smart enough to tell you why that
100%.
wouldn't work, but it sounds like a good idea.
Well, something has to happen because, you know, I always use the analogy like, why is water so effective at eroding mountains? And it's because it takes the path of the least resistance. And the same thing, like, people are just going to use what's easiest. Like, we all do that. Like, if I have to jump through 1,000 hoops and hurdles, I was going to make a new word, hooples. If I have to jump through 1,000 hoops to get to wear my Vipe in Decentraland or to wear my Beast in Decentraland, I'm probably not going to do it. I'm just going to find someplace I can wear my Vipe or my Beast and make it real easy. So yeah, I was one of those people that was heartbroken and like definitely emotionally frustrated to see Foundation suggest that linked wearables be taken away when we effectively onboarded arguably the most active NFT project. You know, it was a little bit of not a little bit, it was a slap in the face. Like, you don't even know that we onboarded the biggest, like, arguably one of the biggest brands here to bring in our NFTs, and you once again, there might be a little disconnect. Like, but it's got to be easier. It's got to be easier than like finding out we got to build our own API. We got to build all of this. I mean, some of it we knew, but just I think more than anything, it's like just kind of it shows the current health of like, what are we doing? Why are we doing it like this? And because, you know, other places it's really easy just to, you know, go in and swap out your VRMs. And some of us are going to stay here because it's our home. We love it. But to try to get new people to come in and bring their PFPs, it's like, why? It's just so much easier to go other places. Like, the competition is fierce and it's only going to get worse. Like, Nifty Island isn't the last. That's not the last iteration of the metaverse. Like, the next thing's going to come along, and the next thing, and the next thing. So hopefully the right people have heard us, and they'll make it easier to do these things.
Canessa, I'm really hoping when we do get to the finish line, and you know, I mean, right now, so many people, and again, I can't not thank Raf enough for taking some of the things in-house to making it like an easier, more digestible, cleaner process. And again, Rustan, and I know Drip has been helping Rustan with some of the last bits. I'm really hoping this next part of the process is gentle. I'm pretty sure we'll have a test coming up. I'm really hoping that the test you just made possible will answer some tough questions too, because there still might need to be some solutions to the connection of Decentraland. And, you know, I really hope when this process is over, maybe I would like to go through the process with the fam, do it correctly, make sure everybody's safe the way it works now, get through the end of the process and say, hey, now looking at this process, we could really deliver it to people like Vipe so they know the pathways and the challenges and the solutions that are possible, one. And two, then we look from a broader brush and say, okay, this was way tougher than I ever imagined personally, you know? And with that said, I'm so excited that there are still steps being made. I just hope it happens quickly, because I'd love to bring some of this energy back that we had cultivated and built, just like our buddy who's Crover, who's just about to go on. Like, yeah, like that beast energy has been diverted a little bit in this time, and I really hope to bring it back with this process. And then after it's done, I hope we can have a really serious and open conversation about some solutions. I really feel like the answer is in the builder, but maybe the truth is I am ignorant to that process, because I've definitely heard that if you are a land holder, that there's basically a smart contract in place between the delegation of the land to the landholder. So there is a question. However, there's still got to be some sort of hold that's in the builder's wallet, right? That says, hey, I own this land and I delegate it. So if you sell it, everybody loses it, right? I think this is a one-step solve. I mean, it might be a few steps, but the fact that there's a concept that already exists on the platform where it does work. It offers the solution. And I really hope that we come to it, you know? So anyway, biggest love. I really appreciate the concepts and the thoughts together.
So,
Here's the thing: if you figure this out for linked wearables based on land delegation, that means it's possible for wearable delegation. And if you figure this out, there's a possibility that you will open an absolute second market that we haven't even given enough thought, and that's wearable rentals. And Fancy and I are gonna thank the hell out of you. We might even send you a free legendary because Fancy and I have been waiting for years for something, and
uh,
we talk about it all the time.
also, Meg, I know how you mentioned like we have to get it done as soon as possible so we can get the beast hype right back to Decentraland. To tell you the truth, take your time. All the beasts have Nifty Island shoved down their throats right now, so it gives us time to actually do it right. And once it's time, like, you never know, like, you've been here long enough to know that, like, how hype goes, like, communities will be into something like real, like, balls deep for the first 2-3 months, and then it's like, okay, we'll see where they're at, like, further down the line.
No, and you're right. Unfortunately, there's also a reality that once the artwork is completed, and again, the heads have been done round one, okay? There is still some, and if anybody is a brilliant baker like Dr. Drip or some of these other people, we have some baking that needs to be done on the heads, which Rustan and Drip have been spearheading. We're still waiting for a couple answers on some of the finer points. But then there's the flip side of this, which is Raf and the team still have to, start connecting the APIs and build it. And until we're ready to go, and they're freaking busy, and I can't personally push them to do any more than they're doing. So I do not want so much time to pass that we lose their energy and their commitment to doing what's there. So it's time to make moves. We're trying as fast as we can to make sure it all gets done right, but at the end of the day, I really hope in my heart that the foundation has seen what it means to open the doors to an entire project as easy as they can, right? And how when you welcome that many projects in Web3, it opens the door to a lot of people wanting to do stuff. Man, I really, truly hope when this process is done, we can then go to the table with twofold and say, hey, this project, this was really hard. And there was so much passion and people who believe that we pushed through it. But most people aren't going to have that kind of passion. They want things to work. How do we sit down and figure out the easiest way to make that work within the confines of existence already? Like, I really don't think we need to fully retool the wheel. I think the answer is in the uploader and the building strategy that could give us a lot of power. But then again, I had no idea the amount of challenges and operational issues that came with just doing link wearables. So maybe my ignorance is still once again bliss.
Well, thank goodness it's you, Make, because you haven't given up. I mean, you're still going through it. And I think, as Decentraland's focus is on the 3 different tiers this year, and one of them being gaming, like getting people in, I don't know, like making sure we don't focus too much on Web 2, that we're also just realizing that Web 3 users are the ones that are already here. They already understand it. They're already holding the bags, maybe, like they already get it. They're not leaving during the bear market. They're gonna stay. I think we can't forget that those are the people that really are gonna like help bring in all those other Web 2 normies that don't understand what
Vanessa,
Web 3 decentralization.
Sorry to jump on you, but I got to say, if you look also kind of what happened with Spatial, right? I think that's a great example. And I don't know their current numbers, but they were their own thing and doing their own thing, as many of you know, and I think many of you guys have at least been there. and they had a passionate, at least, group of community people, and they let go of their community managers, and they made it very much a gaming platform currently. And I think that hurt a lot of current builders, and I just don't know how it's playing out. Like, I use Spatial so much less than I used to now because it feels like it's not for me anymore. So I think there is a very, and that's personal opinion, right? I still go there. We still run our show from there. But it has created a pullback. Like, I think there's still a very important thing of keeping what Decentraland is the same.
Well, I always try to think, like, what does Decentraland do differently? Because I don't want to compete with somebody that is going to, like, I don't want to try to compete with Minecraft or, you know, the big studios. Like, for gaming, like, that's not, like, that's crazy. But I think we are competing in a way, and we have to focus on, like, what can we offer that those other platforms can't? And I don't know. I mean, gaming is some of it, but it's just, there's so many. It's way too big. There's gaming, there's art, there's partying, there's social, there's so much behind Decentraland that I'm glad it's being siphoned and siloed into some focus area. I just, like, you know, after the big gaming layoffs this year with some of the big giants, it's like, wow, you know, that's daunting to be stepping foot in a world that's actively laying people off to that extent. Like, how do we compete with that? How do we compete with, like, Call of Duty, you know? Like,
Or Fortnite.
like stepping onto. Oh yeah, I didn't want to mention Fortnite again. I did get a victory royale before 7, but you know, we don't have to compete with Fortnite. I'm just gonna go to Fortnite. Sorry, like, don't be worried about Nifty Island taking my time. Worry about Fortnite because those new mythics. Oh. Anyway, I digress.
Well, how to compete with Fortnite for that is not in the blockchain Fortnite for now. I mean, the battle pass is still something that you don't really own. That's the only difference.
Nope, I know, and I don't, but I own the feeling in my heart when I am the last one standing for the 3rd battle royale in a row. And maybe it just means I need, like, help because I'm getting all of my, like, internal, like, feedback from, like, wiping out 8-year-olds on the battlefield, but you can't put a price on that. But I know, and that's another thing is, like, I mean, I won't say how much I've spent on skins in Fortnite, but I'm working on my wallet, but I can't sell them. Like, so when I rage quit, I can't sell them. But that is also just, like, the game is enjoyable. Like, there is nothing on Decentraland that's like that. And so I think we really, you know, we have to look at these other games and be like, sometimes I play a game just because it's fun. And guess what? There's no DAO in Fortnite. There's no Twitter in Fortnite. There's no drama. There's no, like, I gotta be, you know, doing the right thing with the right, like, no, I just get to drop in and drop 20 bombs and crank 90s. And so I think there's something to be said about that, is that there are so many things here that are good, but there's a lot of things that are not good. And so you're good. I don't know, like, people are going to go where they feel good, where they play, and they're like, it's bringing them more than just the blockchain ability to resell my skins. Like, I'd gladly keep dumping money into Fortnite that I know I'm not going to get back because I'm enjoying myself.
Well, I hope you can visit me in Fortnite because I'm creating a wall in there. So I hope Fortniters in here
Yeah.
can come.
Send us the island code. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, still development, but also in El Cafecito, we are doing the FAFOS for Fortnite on Fridays. It started yesterday, and I was like, fuck, a lot on Unreal Fortnite for certain things. So, yeah, I hope for next week, maybe, I can give you a valid link to go there or
Yes.
you know.
Please do. I'll have my quality assurance team roll through and check it out.
But for testing, you can go. It's open to forgo just to experiment with the testing.
Yeah, that's awesome. And here's another thing. And Make, you've got your hand up. So actually, I'll let you go. Why don't you go first, and then I'll go off on a tangent.
All right, Ken, I just got two things I really want in Decentraland, and maybe one or two are harder than the other. One, your boy needs spell check. I am dyslexic. I'm like hooked on phonics, never worked for me. And chat boxes literally stress me out. So if we could get a little spell check action in there, and then on top of it, it would be so great. I know not everybody loves the voice, features. We basically don't use them. It'd be great if we had channels. Like maybe if you're at an event, you could do a chat just like instead of it just being open and like 3 channels to an area. And then it's like if you want to talk, you don't interrupt everybody, but you give people the option to like have a chat and feel like we're all a part of something.
Yeah, that would be really cool because I know sometimes like when there's an event, somebody will come through and they'll start talking about their event at your event, and you're like, oh, okay, that's cool, but like, it's like active conversation going on. So it'd be cool to have it like, if you're, I don't know how you do that, like event chat and then like sub chat or something, or event chat and social chat. Like if you want to talk about the event, you're here, but if you want to just like chill and talk about the finer nuances of Web3, you can go over here.
Yeah, so we didn't have to be in Twitter or Discord if we wanted to hang out, that there was a local line where people could just get down without leaving, tie us in tighter together by making it easier for us to communicate.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that there's still like the chat, and then there's still like the Metaverse Music Fest chat that came out like for the Metaverse Music Fest 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, and that's like still there and active. It's like, I wonder if that worked how they wanted it to, or if it's not.
They need to change the name of that to the chill chat. The chill chat.
Totally. Okay, Make, I feel like you got to go ski with your family. We're keeping you.
Soon. I definitely have to clean. Believe me, it is cleanup time in the zoo to get ready. My wife has been in and out of town for almost 3 months, like on and off, and we've been like traveling in between. And quite frankly, it has been like Lord of the Flies between me and the children. Like the only thing holding up the house was the children. So there you go.
I think they're, I think it teaches them real world responsibilities when they learn how to take care of you at a young age.
It's pretty great. My daughter now makes coffee in the morning every day, and it's like such a W. I feel like I wake up and I'm at Starbucks. Wake up, Dad. We got to go to school. Dad, wake up. I made you coffee. We fed the dogs. Just get up on time.
Oh my gosh. That's awesome. That's so true.
So speaking of the Metaverse Music Festival chat, I did see that JTV posted something in there. If you haven't so already, make sure to claim your 2024 Valentine's Day skin. It is located at coordinates 100 and 126, 44. The wearable will be available till Monday. Just a quick shell there. Yeah.
Is that a chat that's in the CBD, or is it like live on DCL?
It's on Decentraland. Yeah, so Decentraland has like these kind of how what you just mentioned, but like only with text chats. Like for example, True has their own chat. I think Well, Metaverse Music Festival has their own chat. Let's see what I'm included in: Dollhouse, CBD, business, English, events, global. It'll tell you how many people are online from each chat as well.
Are these things you learn something new every day? Are these things you have to be invited to, or they're just I just don't know where they are?
You just open up the chat and usually you'll be put in the nearby chat automatically. Like on the top left of the little chat screen, you click on the arrow, and it will take you to different to like channels that you're in and your direct messages, and then like under channels there's like a little hashtag with a magnifying glass that says browser, and then in there you like type in or not even, you'll just receive some results of like chats that are active.
And when it came out, it was like pretty much everybody figured that it really broke DCL, because as soon as the chat came out, like everything was buggy. If I remember correctly, it was like everybody was like, "It's the chat, it's the chat."
It
But
like
now I'm like, I don't know, could have been anything.
it like broke either Metaverse or Fashion Week or Music Festival, one of the two. Like like always, they decided to release a game-breaking feature just as one of the most important yearly events happens.
I think so. It's MVMF, Metaverse Music Festival.
Okay.
But then I'm thinking, okay, MV Metaverse Fashion. Okay, the W and the M, I got them the right way. This is way too complex. You guys are like, oh my gosh.
Sound
but yes,
it out.
I think it's the music festival.
Yep, it was the music festival. That was like the first chat that like they opened up that was kind of like a global, like, you know, a global chat that was focused towards something that everyone could join. If I'm not mistaken, I mean it's got like thousands of members in it. Like right now, like all the other chats that I'm a part of say like 8 online, 18 online, but then there's Metaverse Music Festival, and it's like 70 online.
Well, I don't know if they made any other official channels since then. Like I think people can make a channel, but that was like officially doctrinated by Foundation.
Yeah, I bet you didn't even know we have our own CBD chat, secret CBD chat.
I don't have that kind of clearance, I guess.
Nope, you don't. I made sure you didn't. Like I was like, bro, let's keep Canessa out of here. Let's let Canessa figure it out.
That's probably good. That's probably good.
But yeah, we have CBD chat. Not that we use it or anything. That was kidding about, you know, gatekeeping you.
Well, now I know. Now I know. I'll have to find it.
The beans are spilled, the secret is out, and we've been going for about 4 hours and 26 minutes. So I'm just going to ask the question: are there any more topics that anyone would like to cover? Please raise your hand, or if you are a listener and would like to ask about something, you're more than welcome to request to come up to speak. And or if you're new here and would like to introduce yourself, you're more than welcome to. But I will. So while we wait, I will make sure to tell you guys once again: go collect your Exodus Valentine's Day skin or wearable. It's free, so you know there's nothing. There's no strings attached. And yeah, thank you all for being here. If not, I guess we can start to wind down. What do you think, Canessa?
I think it's time. I think we had great conversations today, and I think like anytime that we talk for so long about the DAO, It's like I just really want people to protect their peace and be involved. Like, so I know that's like a dichotomy where I want you to be, careful, but I also want you to be involved, because I know there's a lot of people that they don't show up to the DAO until it's time to renew their grants and get paid for the year. And I want people to be active throughout the year, but at the same time, the DAO is pretty ugly, and I'm just like, I want to be careful that I've seen way too many people leave Decentraland, or just they're here but just not nearly as active because of what's happened in the DAO. And so, yeah, I guess that's just like anytime we talk about the DAO so much, it's like, man, we really got to protect ourselves, that we're not just burning, like we got our boosters on and we're just burning the last of our jet fuel in the DAO, when really ultimately, like, it's the community. It doesn't have to be just one or two people spearheading these things. So yeah, like, I don't know if it's possible to protect your peace and stay active in the DAO, but don't burn yourself out. We need you long term.
Don't worry, Canessa. I'm there talking shit year round. And it doesn't matter if I need proposal or not. It doesn't even matter if I'm on a proposal. I still talk shit.
Yeah, it's just hard when you see so much of like the creativity and so much of this like revolve around the DAO. And I do like seeing the people who, their grant ends or they don't get a grant and they're like, all right, fine, I'll find a different way to do it, and they keep creating, and it's hard to see good people and create their proposals and not get it for the powers, whatever power it is, whether yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard. So that's I wish there was another way. I wish there were loans, like I wish there was some kind of way to not make it so, like, I don't know. I'm like rambling on, but I'm thinking like loans where you could take out and you would have that in a smart contract, so you could get the funding you need to keep creating. You don't rely on it the same way as a grant would, because there's things behind the scenes in the DAO that, unfortunately voters, big votes, do what they do. So I don't know. I wish there were ways to support community members building that didn't just rely on big whale votes, I guess. Maybe someday.
Well, hopefully through the pause we figure it out. Hopefully, I guess on that note, I'll just start with final thoughts. Let's see. I'll start with Argent. Final thoughts, comments, concerns.
Being active is important, and also to know a little bit more on why we are using blockchain and why not in certain cases. A very interesting conversation. And till the next week.
Thank you, Argent. Yep, I will be here same time next week, and yeah, really appreciate you coming up and having a chat with us. Thank you. Let's see. Now on to Jared. Final thoughts.
I think we lost him off the deep end of the abyss.
Probably eating. I mean, we have been here for like 4.5 hours since noon. Who knows? Like, sometimes some of us skip lunch because we're just so engaged. So I get
On
it.
that note, before we leave, we should talk, or let me just look up while people are doing their last thoughts, because ABC Decentraland is in just a few hours, I believe. Let me look this up.
6 p.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. ABC Decentraland Tours is live with Oddjob and Billy T Coin.
And then after that tonight, I don't see a thingamajobber for it, like an event page, but Seed hopefully is still doing an event tonight. Let me check on that while we're doing last thoughts.
Yep. So I'll kick it back to Jared just in case there are any profound final thoughts in silence that we may receive. No, I don't think Jared's going to talk, so I'll pass it over to Make.
I just want to thank you two for being such positive lights in the Decentraland space, keeping us involved, keeping us pushing. Hopefully, Mew and Make get back together really soon. I am working hard. I'm learning a lot about not embarrassing myself on the 1 and 2s. But it's coming, and I'm telling you, I'm out there practicing. I'm hitting the foghorn like nobody's business. Gonna bring it into Decentraland. Mew's gonna have it first. I wanted to thank Biometa for always holding me down personally. And Mariana, my favorite table tennis player, we are overdue for a rematch, my friend. So that's about it. I love you guys so much. I love Decentraland, and I'm truly hopeful that I'm going to take Kinessa's Link wearable and diaper and use it so proudly to prove that it is possible.
At least we found something that thing is good for.
Yep, and Kinessa, did you find out?
It doesn't. So there's nothing on Cyrus's Twitter or Seed's Twitter that it's happening tonight. So maybe not. I know that she's really wanting to, put more out there. So maybe check in later. But otherwise, ABC's Decentraland coming up shortly. And yeah, let's see, Decentraland's birthday party this week. Happy birthday! Yay! We'll see what happens for that. So another big week. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here, and take care of yourselves.
We'll see what happens for that. That's a reminder for everyone here. On Tuesday the 20th, we will be hosting a small get together party with hosted at the Cove with Rustan. He is hosting us on his build. It's going to be in a DCL world, so this could be an opportunity to stress test our DCL worlds and see like what we could possibly do in the future. If we could hold big scale events in there, or is it just to keep smarter to keep it small? We'll be able to find out some answers for Decentraland's birthday. So yes, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, we currently have a dual set by Stony Eye and Sultry Dubs, and we might have a guest appearance by Lil Stony. We never know, but let's see, 7 p.m. It would be 7 p.m. for them. Lil Stony might still be up and about, active.
And he's not so little anymore. Like, I keep thinking he's a little baby, but he's probably way, he's getting pretty soon. He'll be having his own set.
He's still a little Stony in my eyes. He'll be 20 years from now, he'll be like performing his own shows and stuff, and I'll still be like, yo, that's Lil Stony. We got Big Stony over there.
I can see it. Like, he's gonna be famous someday, like spearheading, like, the big festivals like the Roots Reggae, and they're gonna call him Lil Stony, and they're gonna be like, why is he Lil Stony? He'll be like, well, my dad is Stony. This Stony. I don't know.
Could you imagine him like in a DAO like 20 years from now, like telling someone like, I've been saying MoFi on a Web3 show since before you even knew Web3 existed, bro.
He's like a true Web3 baby. Like, and we've watched him grow up. Like, I remember when he just, he wouldn't even like mumble into the mic, but then, then I'd see him like blah 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 blah.
Now he's taking the mic.
Yeah. That guy.
Such confidence by that child. Such confidence. I love it. So yeah, keep an eye out on for Tuesday the 20th. It's this coming Tuesday. I will try to get an event post going. Don't really know the timelines on all that these days, so let's hope we can get it up. If not, let's just all like kind of receive the information and pass it along to your nearest friend. And let's see. Did you say any final thoughts, Vanessa?
I think that was it. Yep.
Oh, that was it. Alrighty. So yeah, on that note, thank you everyone for your time. Really appreciate you all. I know our fellow beast Crover. He has his Twitter space going right now. So yeah, tune in and show some love. And if you do make it up on the stage, make sure to tell Crover that Mew loves him. Thank you everyone for being here, and yeah, have a great week. And let's keep some of these conversations that we spoke about today still going. I would really like to see what comes to fruition from it. Thank you everyone. Take care. Bye. Awesome space. Awesome. I enjoyed today's conversation. Today has been awesome. Thank you. Thank you all for to all of you that have hung out here on Parcel today. I'm sorry I can't get too close. I am baby Yoda-ing right now, so like I kind of break everything in my vicinity.